Hello, how's it going, everyone? How's it going? It has been so long. It is a Sunday. I have had quite the week. Because with a Thursday, yeah, it was the big holiday weekend. It was, what's it called? We got Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Indigenous Peoples Day. What's it called? All this all at once. Practically. But what's it called? I had some time off for the holidays. Pretty awesome holidays too. I ended up going with Amana to my parents' place, where we usually have a big potluck for the holidays. Amana brought over some mac and cheese. It was really nice, man. At the time, like it was so gooey and crispy. It had a really nice kind of spice to it too. It wasn't really spicy, but like it had like a nice zest to it. But what I brought over, I am super proud of. That's something where I'm going to be riding off of the high of this for a while because I ended up making a sweet potato casserole, which is it's kind of just like sweet potatoes that you kind of just like kind of thicken up and you like put like some kind of topping on it to make like kind of just this like really like kind of thick like almost almost like a crustless kind of like sweet potato pie because it's very much like almost like within that sort of pie territory. But usually with sweet potato casserole, people either do like marshmallows on top or like pecans or like a nut like kind of thing. What I like to do is make like a pecan praline and sort of bake it on top of it. And I saw this recipe. I usually kind of try to follow recipes online just to kind of be like, okay, like this is what I need, this is what I can go for. But I went for this recipe that was in this New Orleans cookbook, Across the Table. I mentioned it on Blue Sky, but I ended up using that very recipe. The only things I did differently was like spice it up a bit and use a different kind of vanilla. Because I used like a vanilla bourbon kind of extract. So it had like a nice little boozy kind of feel to it. But I also added like a ton of spices to the praline. With the sweet potato, I only just added cinnamon just to kind of give it a little like accent to it. But with the praline, that's when you get a little bit more crazy with it. I got like cinnamon. I put like pumpkin spice because it has like a good combination of everything I kind of want, like ginger, nutmeg, clove, and I also added what's it called? Rosemary. Dried rosemary is always one of those wishful thinking things where I'm like, I know this is gonna add absolutely nothing to this, but if I add it and then maybe potentially like there might be a little bit of little hints of rosemary flavor with this because rosemary is just really nice and fresh and like it has this really nice kind of vibe to it when you add it to things, especially like savory dishes like breads. I was like, if I'm gonna make a praline topping, I want it to be very like kind of flavorful. I think the only regret I had about the original recipe is that they didn't really ask for spices. So I was like, I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use what I know in the kitchen to be able to kind of add some liberties to this. And I know one of the things was I was so tempted to put Cajun spice in the praline batter. But the big problem is it had like garlic and onion. And I'm like, I don't know if I want this to be savory. So I'm like, I ruled against it. Or I ruled against it by myself. I also ran the idea by with Amana. And she's like, I think that's a bit much. I'm like, or it's a little adventurous. I'm like, I want it to be spicy. I want a little bit of spice to it, but I think that what's it called? I couldn't fulfill those desires. Or at least I couldn't do it without having to think of like what other people are going to be eating because other people are not going to be as spice tolerant as me or as much of a fan of spice as I am. Sorry, my model's bugging out. My nose is very like itchy today. But yeah, I've been riding off that excitement because my family ended up really loving that sweet potato. And I took some over for Amana's dad on Saturday, and he also was a fan of it. I don't know how everyone else is gonna think of it. I'm gonna probably try to like ask Amana maybe when she comes back tonight, just to kind of be like, you think they ate the casserole? You think they ate the sweet potatoes? What did they think about it? I'm like, I just have like one last week riding off of that before I'm like, okay, I need to settle down. I think I'm gonna get started with the game. I don't got too much else left to discuss, so I will be open. I'm gonna have to open this up manually. So there's gonna be a little bit of a discovery. Let's see. It would be this one. Where is the game? There we go. Oh, it actually opened up itself. There's no back and forth or nothing. I guess because I'm done with before the green moon, like, it's not going to try to be like, oh hey, the gameplay capture. Don't you want to do something else instead of the game you played last time? Nah, last time's just good. Oh, I'm in Tartarus. Oh, the music isn't playing. There we go. Oh man, everyone is just not having it. It's like, what did I leave myself off at? And I'm like, in a very bad way. What's upstairs? Is there a boss? I think I had just beaten the boss. I don't think I have enough in me. I think I went downstairs for a reason. But is it in a I don't have enough to go off of? Or is it in a I just need to be able to hold out more? I have a feeling I would just need to... I want to bring back Akihiko and and Ken. Let's get Aegis out of there. Should I give Ken a break? No, I think what's it called? He needs to catch up a little bit. Feeling lethargic. Let's see. Hikari. Alright, time to see what I can do with SP. What's like my biggest SP things? A chewing soul. Let's give you a chewing soul. Instant curry. I guess maybe these soul spinaches. Let's do 6, 5, 4, 3, 1. Let's get everyone to like at least 200. There we go. Now you can climb a little bit more.
I wonder what he would say at a time like this.
Who knows? But he was the kind of guy who'd aim for the top no matter what anyone says.
I bet if Shinjiro was alive today, he'd be like, help, get me out of this box. Also, it's all this crap flying around. This place is getting worse and worse for wear.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
I think Shinjiro would really roll his eyes up at like the last floor when everything looks like a Chuck E. Cheese and be like, "What in the laser tag is this shit?"
Shadow up ahead. Taking it out?
Maybe to dinner, but not now. Let's see. Who is in dire need of this? Let's try this again. Who should I think of? Let's see. Level up 7 points. Kuko level up 1. Kevin level up 3. Let's see. I'm thinking Aigis and either Aigis and Ken or Aigis and Yukari. Because Akihiko and Mitsuru, they just need to stick around. But I'm thinking Aigis would be important to have up to a higher level. From 65 to 71, that would be perfect. And then this one would be 64 to 71. This would be 68 to 71. I'm thinking maybe Yukari. Yukari or Ken? I think having more people that are within my level is better than having only a few people. Because at this point, only Junpei and Koromaru are still at like such a low level where that'd be like going 42 to 55. I think this would be fine. I need to be able to counterbalance a lot of the progress I haven't been making.
Welcome back.
Wait a sec. I'm actually feeling really good right now. It's alright, I'd like to join you. This applies to me as well. I have a feeling my power is going to amplify. Could you include me in the front line? Alright, let's go together. I'm gonna do the same thing, get Ken out. It's gonna be that steady rotation of just like, okay. I know I just kicked you out of the party. I guess have you replace Akihiko. I don't think I decked everyone out properly either. Like, I think Yukari has a better outfit, maybe. Let's give Ken better armor. You have good outfits. There we go. I guess could use a better weapon. Excuse me. Alright, now pause. Oh. The shoes are burned. And has better shoes. Okay. Let's sexy armor. That's tuxedo. I need everyone decked out. I need everyone looking gorge. Because there is no way I'm letting anyone go into this dungeon without looking like $1,000,000. $1,000,000,000. Ken Koromaru, you put on that tuxedo. I guess you should have one. You should have one too, Mitsuru. Some of you guys have sexy armor, but you guys need to be decked out. We need our coats. What are you doing without your coat? Oh man. Oh no, I forgot Applin. I didn't catch Applin. Oh, I'm so depressed.
This will be our final stand. It's going to be an intense battle, but we can't turn back now. Three targets. They won't know it hit them.
They'll never see it coming.
But don't get careless.
Let's see if darkness is on my side. Alright, Belphegor, let's go. It's in my eye. Oh, man. Kang Dasheng. I want this one. Let's get rid of... maybe Seth. Sorry, Seth. Garudine, Medea Raham. Let's do this one.
I have learned a new skill.
That was excellent, Leo.
That was excellent, Lil. Lil. Blam. There's another high-level threat. Floof. Fluff. You floors up.
Is that treasure?
Is it? Yeah, emerald. The chaos emeralds.
Shadow up ahead. What should we do?
And all the shadows are want me. And that's scary.
Oh, stairs!
There we go. A boss. I want to get my party back.
We should be properly equipped for what lies ahead. I'll leave it to you.
Hey, you're your own person too.
That might prove to be a difficult fight.
Of course it will be. That's why I'm running away. Oh, is the Reaper? Oh, no, it's just visibility. Oh, this sucks. And there's dangerous level threats. Oh, this is ass.
Hey, there's a treasure chest. Oh, can we go up those stairs?
Yes, the mini map is
Powerful enemy spotted! Please be careful!
This is gonna be a real test. You'll need to be on top of your game. Don't worry, you can win this together. Full speed ahead. Let's see, we are on floor. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. BTS Army forever. Suka. Thank you so much for the follow. Let's see, what are we looking at here? Is this the Overseer? Let's see, this is looking a bit dire. Oh, just call me BTS Army. Sure thing. Alright. I'm glad that I have the BTS Army on my side, and also BTS Army. Let's see. Kari Ayas. It seems like a pretty decent, what's it called, team. Let's see, should I get... I think I should at least get Akihiko here. What's Aigis' skills at the moment? Because I did kind of push her up a bit, but not sure exactly how much I pushed her up. There we go. Nina, you have race stats, nullified debuff. I guess Mitsuru is fine. We can get our debuffs going. Oh. I always hate that when they cut off the dialogue right when you encounter something. They don't let the entire dialogue play out if you like get stuck on something.
I have to do this.
Let's see. Lower accuracy. Oh.
You'll pay for that.
Oh, that was a mistake. I should have gotten Akihiko. Oh, that was me. It's not time. Let's see, let's get our party's defense up.
Thank goodness.
What to do?
Now it's time for a counterattack.
Let's see. These ones. Because they don't like light. Black Frost is like all reliable. Do I have other debuffs that are nice? Lowers attack. Alright, nullify buffs at least.
Pull the trigger.
And then let's get everyone healed up, because it's looking not so good for our folks.
Thank you very much. Yes, right here.
Oh, that's targeting specific weaknesses.
What's the plan here?
Let's lower that. Oh.
What is optimal?
try this. Let's see, is there any... Who has, like, no weaknesses? Because the closest it gets is Black Frost. If I raise the party's attack, I can use you for buffs.
It's payback time. What next?
Let's do another heal.
Thank you for your support.
Alright, perfect.
This will do the trick.
Let's see if I can lower defense. Because if I go here, yeah, the agility is going down a bit. I feel like if I can lower your defense and I can get everyone's theragies on lock, this might not be terrible. Let's dodge it. No.
Harder.
Okay. Oh, it's just neutral at this point. Okay, let's do Theragy for you at least. Or GMO. That causes you to depower. I think maybe just one. It doesn't seem like there's a healer amongst you. So it should be okay. Inazuma kick. Alright, let's get a Jack in here. Let's see. Get one of these guys. Let's see what happens if this one is completely taken out. Hopefully nobody recovers. It's not one of those. I revived you.
What's the plan here?
Alright, let's do a debuff. Alright, let's do a good pierce. There we go. Sounds good. I know you don't like ice.
It's over.
Oh no, I leveled up everyone except for my main party. Alright, I cached the arts. This is something. To all foes, so that would be better than maybe this one.
All right.
Excellent, we can now proceed. Let us keep going. We've come quite a way from... We're coming up on the 250th floor. We've come quite a long way. It hasn't even been a full year since most of you joined Seeds. You've all done wonderfully. I can't thank you enough for putting up with everything despite what you had gone through. Don't mention, you owe me. Ramen's on you. It's like, that has a little bit of fun to it. Let's say ramen's on you.
What?
Ramen? Why something so simple? You could always... No. You're absolutely right. You've been fighting this whole time to return to a whole life after all. Those that we have lost are with us in spirit. We will win. Everyone's future is in our hands. I can sense the resolve. We are now at level 5. Perfect. Alright, let's keep dispatching the gatekeepers. There's still 5 left, so stay sharp. Let's see. I still want to get, what's it called? My mains going here. Let's swap out Yukari. Let's get Akihiko back in. With I guess. And then let's get an extra item to be able to give Mitsuru. That's fully restored. It's a little too much. Maybe this chewing soul would be good. Yeah. Then give you an instant curry to give you back a little bit of something. It's like one of the cheapy ones. There we go. Like, looks like you made it. Let's resume.
The 241st floor. Were this a normal building, it would probably be about 1,000 meters tall.
I don't know the exact height, but we certainly are high up.
It's like, I need something a little more comparable. This signal, this movement. Gree shadows closing in on you. There it goes again. I think we'd get a nice haul if we could defeat it. Would you like to chase it down? A specimen of that size is certainly a rare sight. Let's chase it down. Understood. In that case, I can use my Tartarus search to make sure we corner it. What would you like to do? Got it. Ready? Now! I'll call out directions for you. Follow them to guide the shadow into the dead end. Make a right. It's a right there. Almost there. Okay, now straight from there. We got him where we want him. Now, it's in your hands, everyone.
Let's do this.
So it's been consumed by its obsession with treasure. No matter what, we'll deal with it here.
Another day on the job.
Do your best to take it.
It's like this avarice of greed.
Now!
This harbinger of sinful thoughts.
How about trick?
Gigantic feast. Let's see, what's like my beefiest? Yeah, these are like insta-kill or heavy. It's a little too ambitious. Maybe a Pantaray. Pantaray? Let's see, 65. That's currently so far so good. Yeah, I'm gonna get Norn in here. And boosh.
And now,
I think Koga is still your best. And boosh. There we go.
This will do the trick.
Let's get a Bufudine in there. There we go, magic.
a win for the team.
It's over.
Good job, everyone.
Getting a much needed W. Let's see, let's get EXP. I want to get everybody on at least the level of everyone else. There we go. 70, 71, 69. Alright.
Amazing!
Greedy Shadow defeated. Nice job. We managed to recover the treasure it was hoarding too. Emerald, we got a lot of stuff.
All right.
That was quite the endeavor. But at least it was worth it in the end. At least now I have the full grasp of this floor's layout, thanks to us chasing it down. I'll guide you to the stairs. Well, that was a lucky find, wasn't it? Now that it's settled, shall we get back to exploring? Let's see. Let's make our way downtown.
Do you suppose the scenery here serves some kind of purpose?
It's
There's
symbolic.
a shadow. There's a treasure chest. What should we do?
Open. As we do with most treasure
Heading up
chests.
these stairs?
Like we always do with this time.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
There we go. Up. Oh, it's over there.
We've been getting stronger, but I know we haven't hit our limits yet.
Certainly haven't after we go. Let's see. Oh man, that dude hates us. No, ah!
Let the
Aw,
battle begin.
jeez.
You can use your weapon to strike the enemy's weakness. Keep it up, Renata.
Ooh, that one got poisoned.
One enemy down.
What's this one? Is this Pierce? Pierce.
This should be a good test of your
Garu.
But don't get careless.
Let's try Zio. Ah.
You dodged the attack.
What's the plan?
Nice one.
Let's try Bufu. Oh, Bufu was the one. Alright, magic.
The enemy's down. Here we come. Now
Oh yeah. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. The whole party will restore 50% of their maximum. That's pretty good, but this is also pretty good.
crushing victory. That was excellent leadership. Keep up the good work. Hmm? It's a treasure chest.
I don't sense any shadows. This floor seems safe. But there's a strong presence on the next floor, and 2 floors up as well. It looks like we're in for back-to-back battles. Let's prepare while we still can. Think I might actually have to call it.
The walls here are blindingly bright. It's unbearable when light reflects off of them.
Yeah, I think I might have to actually, what's it called? Give it some time. I accidentally dropped something on my keyboard and it selected it for me. I guess that's the cards of fate telling me I need to stop.
Good day.
May I have a moment with you? There is yet another location I would like to visit. Would it be alright if, well, you could invite me to your room?
I shall be waiting then.
I'll be waiting for you there. How may I assist you?
Are you accepting a request?
No, like, what's it called? Like, you've been going so far on all these floors. It kinda makes me want to go to your room.
Here are my requests.
A bloody button. A bloody button.
Very well.
I guess I'll save it here at the moment. And then do some adventuring.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, let's call it quits for the day. I want to see what kind of SP items I have. Because it seems like I'm trying my best To hoard as many as possible. Got a text message. You free today? Since we have the day off, I was thinking of going somewhere. You want to join me? Just let me know. Alright. Today's the last day of winter vacation. Oh, I do need to make clips. I think I'm still on the ones from the Somnium Chronicles, but I'm like, wait a second, like I feel like there was like some time where I was being really goofy and I said give it up for January 6th. Let's see. Thursday. What's going up Thursday? Happy New Year. Now for the first exercise of 2010. I won't tell you how old I am, but it's pretty old. Today's Cantonese word is Hoisamuro. Punch the air and say Hoisamuro. Hoisamuro means yay. To all those students finished with their exams are saying Hoisamuro. That's all this week. Back for more cult related news. I need to find a place to get items. Requesting help. I feel like I'd probably hang out with Yukari, but I want to see what items I can grab from somewhere, if anywhere. Oh, Hige maybe?
This area's getting more dangerous. Someone even broke into our storage basement.
Like, what SP items, like, can anything heal SP?
The store shelves can get messy real quick if they're left on. How many? Changed your mind? Which ones?
Let me get like 3 of these. The Aojiru.
Which ones?
Get 2 of these in.
Which ones? Changed your mind? You made that's all. Thanks for coming. Done already? Thanks.
Go to My Ito Antiques.
Welcome.
The time has almost come. I can tell. How long has it been since you started coming here? To think I've been cooperating with a Persona user 10 years after I stopped working with Kurija-san. But I'm glad a Persona user exists. You had me on tenor hooks with how new you were. But look how capable you are now.
What?
Base models don't come any better than this. Seeing one firsthand is practically a spectacle. Equipments made with this will surely be invaluable. I highly recommend using it.
Which one? You've come at a good time. There are some new items you can create. What would you like? Is that all you need? Come again.
Wait, what's my main, what are my side quests? I got quests here. One of these is show Elizabeth something that you made. I think one of them is the Tonbo. I think I have the materials for Tonbo, but I'm also really sad if I don't.
Listen, so, what will it be?
There we go. Oh, I have the diamonds for this.
You're sure up here, it's all yours.
Alright, kick ass.
We have some new items. What would you like? So, what will it be? What would you like? So, what will it be?
What will it be? What would you like?
What would you like? So, what will it be? So, what will it be? Please bring the required material. What would you like?
Trade
Go on, look
card.
around.
Oh, this is just what's it called? Trade items for this. Oh, I can buy these. Oh. That's really good.
You seem different somehow. It's like you're all grown up now. I guess you've got a good eye. Did that we have a deal? How many? Did that we have a deal?
Get more snuff soul. Different chewing souls. Different droplets.
Go on, look around.
It's trading items.
Is that all you need? Come again.
I guess maybe I could always come back later if I need more snuff souls or chewing souls.
Welcome. Come
Sorry,
on
I'm
in.
stubborn.
Go on, look around. Create. What would you like?
I don't have anything for the eternal shoes.
What will it be? What would you like? The more I study, the more I realize there's so much I don't know. But don't you worry. I'll make sure your equipment is done right.
Let me see what everyone else compare. Right now, Akihiko needs that. I feel like it makes sense to
Your
buy
gift is
these.
all yours. Are you sure? Here you go. Thanks for waiting. So, what will it be? So, what will it be? What would you like? What would you like?
Let's
So,
see, what are some
so,
things
what will it be?
I could feasibly get myself?
What would you so? What will it be?
I guess this would be something I could get if I had this really nice item.
So, what would you like?
But
What would you
this
like?
Amanakuni.
You never really know what life has in store for you. Who would have guessed I'd be running an antique shop, much less meet a kid like you? Is that all you need? Which one? Is that all you need? Come again.
Alright, perfect. All decked out and ready. Let's see. Envenomed blade. The Tonbo. I have a lot to sell to this cop.
Look on your face tells me you're ready to finish off one last big job. No matter what you're up against, I have faith you can pull this off. Spare no preparation. Make sure you come back alive.
Would you wanna sell in bulk? Alright.
Alright.
I'll take that. What'd you bring? How many? Sure now. Alright. I'll take that. Sure now. Alright. I'll take that. How many are you? Sure now. Sure. It's a deal. How many you're handing? Sure. It's a deal. How many are you? No. How many? You're handing that? Sure. It's a deal. Sure now. Alright. I'll take that.
I don't want to sell any of his name stuff.
What'll it be? I got some stuff you might find useful, so feel free to browse. What are you looking for? What'll it be?
I buy things for you. There's Gimlet. This one gives me a little extra SP, which would probably be really useful for me. Oh, I like that one.
What are you looking for?
What's my armor situation looking
What are you
like?
looking for? Uh-huh. Take as long as you need.
I think that's a little excessive.
What'll it take as long as you need? All done here? Be seeing you.
Alright, all done. I think it might be time for Mitsuru. Even if emails are in vogue, I'm still happy to get New Year's cards. Got any friends you can send cards to? I do. You ever hear the rhyme, make new friends but keep the old? One is silver, the other's gold. What if I said, no, I don't got friends? At your age, that's depressing. Your New Year's resolution ought to be meet new people then. It's like, damn, for a kid that's really sad. When I get a little better, I'm gonna come here with my friend. He's been acting weird lately. All this talking about how the end is nigh and stuff. What he needs is to kick back and relax here at the arcade. Alright, let me get some water in. Yeah, it's a really pretty song. I guess I'll do the Mitsuru thing.
Good day.
Oh, is there something I can assist you with? My,
I've been waiting for you.
shall we be on our way?
So, this is your current domicile, the student dormitory.
Yes, it is.
So this is your room. I've never seen many of these items before.
Oh damn, you get to learn about me. You get to see.
If I might be permitted to ask, when I made the request to visit your room, did it make you a little suspicious?
Yeah, a little. Not really. It's like I'm going to give her a little peace of mind and say not really. Because I trust you, Elizabeth.
I see. In truth, there is something I wanted to tell you. During my forays into your world, I encountered a great many things. Every single one of our outings is a
Who's not as
treasured
great as
memory.
me.
Each one a polished, glittering
Oh, hi, your
gem.
angelic tutelar. How's it going? Hi, hi.
Walking around the crowded Port Island streets.
Oh,
sampling the
nice.
local cuisine.
Everything's going good on my end as well. Had a wonderful holiday. Made some good sweet potatoes.
Idling the hours away at the shrine. Even visiting your school for a day. And I came to a realization. I had been subconsciously requested
Oh yeah,
to visit
Elizabeth's really
locations
beautiful.
that were more and more
I would say Elizabeth is probably like my favorite, probably my favorite Persona girl. I think of all of the characters, like, she really stuck with me the most just because, like, she's very kind of just odd and quirky, but also just has like a really kind of just deep fascination in you as like the protagonist. It is somebody who like has a grander purpose as like the elevator attendant for Igor, but also is just sort of like just has this aura of mystery around her that makes all of her like really goofy things like all the more like endearing, but also all the more like fascinating.
And Today, I endeavored to visit the one place in your world where I could learn the most about you.
How you sleep.
That is the reason as to why I requested to visit your room.
Will you show another woman for me? I think once I'm done with this particular section, I could show you, I guess, at least most of the other, like, characters in this game.
If I may be so bold.
Because you can't really date Elizabeth the same way you could date, like, a lot of the other women, but this is kind of, like, the sort of situation where she opens up to you and, like, tells you she likes you and wants to spend time with you. So it's like semi like a rank 10, but it's not really a rank 10. I want to play it. I know this is a little bit later in the game, so there's going to be a little bit of... I guess there's not too many major spoilers because it's still early in the month. But it is something where there is a lot more...
Do you recall the day you gave me a tour of your school? There was a
Yes.
moment where I mentioned that I
Like, no
felt very
spam.
fulfilled when I touched you.
Oh. There's a moment where I mentioned very fulfilled when I touched you. Oh. It's like, I remember now. For this sake, I definitely remember.
It was the first time I'd ever felt that way.
It's like the moment you gave me a little touch, like I'd been thinking about it for months.
I thought to myself, why did I feel so fulfilled? But after coming
Blah.
all the way here,
Yeah, one of the
I finally
toggles.
found my answer.
This blush. Mhm.
I believe it's because I had the chance to walk in your shoes. Those of us who reside in the Velvet Room wait with great anticipation for our guests. Their arrival is our only link to the outside world and gives us a reason for being. When I'm together with you, I can have that all for myself.
Yeah, it's a very nice voice. I think that, what's it called? Tara Platt was like one of the few people to be able to reprise like their main voice for this. At least with Elizabeth, so it's really wonderful to hear her again in this voice, because it was a very memorable one. Like, she had that sort of like very kind of singy, songy, kind of like angelic kind of voice in like the original Persona 3. So it's just really nice to just kind of hear that whole like, welcome to the Velvet Room. Like whenever you kind of like see her. I can have that all to myself. I think I get it. I think I understand very much.
Let me put it more plainly.
It's like, let me be blunt. I am here for you.
I'm rather naive to the ways of your world, and there must have been many times when I behaved quite strangely. However, even I understand the significance of inviting a gentleman into his own room. If you wouldn't mind, I'd love for you to guide me through.
It's like, if you don't mind, like, I want to go through every single base. Oh, my face. All my toggles are really funny. I have, like, my little alien eyes that kind of are like, yay. I put them when I'm really excited. I have, like, the sort of gloomy voice, which either can be really depressing or, like, really, like, angry, skeptical. There's this, like, kind of, like, almost, like... This goes nicely with the blush, because it's a little bit like, I'd love for you to guide me through it. And it's like, of course. Of course, Elizabeth. Boldly accept.
Thank you.
I am nothing but a gentleman in the company of Elizabeth. I spent some time alone with Elizabeth.
I feel as if I've become an entirely different person compared to when I first set foot in your world.
Damn. Minato, you really went there.
If I stay on this side any longer, I fear I will forget my duties entirely. But I understand that wouldn't be ideal for you.
It's like, after the ride of my life, I feel like I'm second guessing all this elevator attendant stuff.
I am drawing the line. No more visits here. I shall remain on my side.
Oh, sorry about the ad. It's coming up soon. It's only a minute, because I want to make it as short as can be.
Thank you very much for
I might end up,
outlining
like,
my
just
journey
using
of
this as a
discovery.
time to take a bit of a short break. Nothing too long, just to grab something as soon as this ad hits, which should be sometime right about.
I am truly grateful. Now then, though the sorrow may be sweet, let us part.
And I return to the Velvet Room with Elizabeth. Alright. Alright, I'm going to, let's see, ads starting soon. So once it immediately hits, or once it officially hits, I'm going to put this menu up and kind of leave it there as I probably do some things in the background. Oh, that's from me. That's that. Ada ada. I need to get some water. Oh. Alright, I'm back. The face is like before a kiss. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Menu. Sorry, my going away message was like, but the Ada Ada is for me, so I hydrated a bit. Ada Ada. It's something, it's just a lot of fun. I think I originally had the Raiko clip from Persona 3, from like Fate Grand Order. Okay, I need to fulfill my promise though, because I promised I would show off some of these characters. Oh, thank you so much. I usually like to do a lot of voice acting on this side. I don't have like roles, but I'm aspiring. So that means like, what's it called? The very few roles I would get are always cherished. It also means I do a lot of the voice acting for a lot of the dialogues, like when I click on people. Let's see, this is my classmate. He's really into his teacher. Like he really wants to be with his teacher. This is Fuka. She's, what's it called, one of the girls you can date. What's it called? She is a very adorable, kind of just shy, introverted girl, but she's also really good with technology. She's very sweet. Oh, let's see, move my head a bit. Yes, Fuka. And then this is Mitsuru. She's like the heiress of, what's it called? Of the Kirijo group. She's kind of like the main person that helps you hunt the shadows. And this is Yukari. This is one of your, I guess, kind of first major friends, who she's very kind of like, she has a lot of attitude in the sense that she loves to just kind of like really like lay into Junpei, which is really funny. But like, as harsh as she is, like, she's also very relatable in the sense that she has a lot of adversity she goes through and a lot of tragedy she deals with. So it's one of those things where she kind of ends up kind of going through a lot of it, and you see a lot of sides of her, like, kind of warts and all. This is the treasurer. She is Chihiro. She's somebody that works for the student council, but she kind of has like a little bit of a fear of men. So a lot of your social link will probably be about helping her kind of like overcome a lot of it. She also has that kind of fun, bookish kind of like look to her. So I think a lot of people like her because of like the sort of like glasses and such. Let's see. Strength. This is who I ended up dating. This is Yuko, who she is the gym. She's like one of the manager of the track team. So what's it called? I'm a woman, so she would like me, of course. But yes, what's it called? This is Yuko. She is the manager of a track team, and she's very down to earth. Like, a lot of the appeal of Yuko is that, like, she just kind of acts like a very ordinary person, and kind of just an ordinary, just kind of high school student, and just like, what's it called? Sharing like just times that she just has, like, celebrating holidays, like going through just kind of regular, like, person stuff. I think compared to just, I think to me it just feels like a fresh glass of water, because like you're dealing with so much, like, you're dealing with so many demons and like climbing this giant tower and fighting to the death, like, constantly, that like her just kind of being like, oh yeah, like, what's it called? I have to walk my dog, or I have to, like, what's it called? Just plan out for the holidays or hang out. Like, it's kind of something where it's like a refreshing kind of boring. This is not an option. It's not an option. That should be an option. No. I think that's the tail end of it. I like it. It's not my relationship. Yeah, I guess that's something where it's kind of nice when you're going through a lot, and then at the end of the day, like, the person you're with is just very, just kind of agreeable and just really relaxing to be around. I think that's kind of the really sobering thing. Somebody that you have a lot in common with, but is also somebody who you are very much, what's it called? Energetically aligned with. Now, those are the girls. I think the guys, this is a very dull dude. This guy was a real major stickler, but, like, you end up kind of, like, getting to know him, and as soon as you start to, like, kind of tell him he's acting like a dick, he's kind of like, oh man, maybe perhaps I kind of am. Kaz is a really funny guy. He's just kind of like, oh, is he rude? He's not, like, rude to you. He's just, like, badgering students. He was like, there's this, his whole social link is about finding somebody who left, like, a cigarette butt in the bathroom. So he's constantly going up to people's faces and like interrogating them on it. But as soon as he starts to realize that the teachers want to expel that student, he's like, that's going too far. Maybe I'm going too far. But the track team, all the track team ones are very nice. This guy, he has a kind of a bad leg, and he needs to he wants to be able to kind of like work towards it so that he can, like, heal his leg. He is a bit on the ugly side. This is the teacher. She's a little on the creepy end because she's, like, going online, getting drunk. Getting drunk and, like, hitting on you, and it's like, oh. And then you find out she's your English teacher, and it's like, oh no. He's really adorable. Like, I know what's it called? The game wasn't really going to let you, like, romance, like, guys, but I feel like Keisuke would have been a top contender if you could. Because he's just, like, a really fun, like, kind of just relaxing dude. He's also just somebody who is a very kind, agreeable dude, but the big problem with him is that he's what's it called? He's in the art club, but his dad wants him to be a doctor. And while he's really good at, like, art, like, the world keeps on giving him doctor duties to do. Like, every time he's just really chill, he's like somebody collapses in front of him, and he's like, oh no, I gotta heal you. So he's constantly grappling over whether he wants to be an artist or a doctor. And he has floofy hair too. He's a really sweet dude. This is Yuko. This is a girl whose parents are going through a really bad divorce. This is the little guy that, like, greets you at the beginning of the game. He's like a story-based social link, so you'd get to him at rank 10 no matter what. I really love Bebe. I know it's kind of one of those, like, semi-unpopular opinions, but, like, he's like this French transfer student. He's super adorable. He also has a very butchered up French accent. So he always talks like this, and he loves Japan, and he always likes to intersperse Japanese into all of his dialogue. So he'll be like, "Go Benasai, I am Bebe." I love Bebe. He has, what's it called? He has a lot of family tragedy where like the one family member who like I guess gave him permission to go to Japan passed away, and his family wants him back in France, but he's like, "No, what's it called? Once I will go back to France, but once I am once I am all better, I am going back to Japan, and I'm going to see you again." He's so cute. I love him. I think if there was a social link you could romance, it would probably be Yuko and also Bebe. For guys. This guy, I love him. He's a scumbag. He's the, what's it called? He's the guy that runs like the QVC like shop channel. And he like pretty much scams you at the very beginning. And as soon as you fall for his scam and can afford it, he'll like kind of just trauma dump on you. Yeah, he's kind of a gross guy. A little, he's kind of my like, what's it called? Hear me out, but he's also a very slimy dude. He's kind of a shopkeeper, so like every Sunday you would like log into his thing and he would sell you. If you go on the TV and click on the TV, he sells you things. This guy, he gets drunk at the club even though he's a boor. He's a boorish guy. Even though he's a monk, he spends like his like nights getting super drunk at the club. And he has family problems, but you hanging out with him means you get to hang out with, I guess you get to kind of patch him up. I love this rival athlete. I don't want to see men, sorry. You want me to, I guess there's only 2 more men I want to show. The Gourmet King can be skipped because he's a little gross. This guy, I love him because he's like a really wholesome, down-to-earth guy. He's just, he's like from a rival school, and he wants to like kind of just start running. He's an ace, but he's also got real big family problems where I think a lot of his like kind of parents are gone. So like he can only make so much money for like all of his brothers and sisters, and a lot of his like kind of trouble is based off of his wish to be able to kind of make ends meet for, I guess, his family. But he wants to be able to do that by running, but his dreams and the reality of it kind of start to clash with each other. He's a really wonderful character. Probably like the best social link in this game is Sun. He is Akinari is a young man who is an aspiring author, but he has like a terminal illness. So as you start to hang out with him in the parks on Sunday, like you start to kind of like learn more about him and kind of learn about his like major struggles. But also you kind of encourage him as he goes through a lot of this. But yeah, that's kind of all the people that you interact with. Sorry, I want to add all kinds of fun little like additional kind of ways you can what's it called, interact with the channel.
Thank you for earlier. Now then, how may I be of assistance?
I think it's some water.
Here are my requests.
I have a few requests to fulfill.
Wonderful.
Thank you for your assistance. Please take this as your reward.
I'd like to visit your room.
Let's hear the results.
It seems you've completed a request. One moment, please, while I check. Thank you so much for showing me your room. To show my gratitude for indulging my curiosity to the end, I have something truly special for you. With it, you'll be able to fuse Lucifer of the Judgment Arcana, the Lord of Hell who no mere human could dare reach, his power unparalleled.
Looking forward to it.
However, some of your caliber is plenty capable to rise to challenge. I can but only gaze from below.
That one always gets me. Either like it gets me because like it's really funny, or like someone will play it during like a really rough moment and I'll get a little like miffed. Like I'll like mess up at a game and someone will like fire off the Komai to laugh and I'm like, you're mocking me, aren't you? It's a necessary one to have around.
However, I am willing to stay by your side, no matter what heights you reach.
Of course.
I will overcome any ordeal that may stand in the way of my goal. That I believe so. This now concludes the last of my requests to explore your world.
You have my thanks.
Thank you very much for everything you've done for me. Please take this as your reward.
You're a funny guy. Oh, thank you so much. What's it called? I think one of my main goals, at least, as far as like a VTuber, is to make really funny content, or like to try to be as funny as I can be. Because I just really like kind of being a bit of an entertainer. So I think that part of like, why there has to be like, what's it called? Like exclamation points on this. With the acquisition of the Tyrant's Horde, you may now fuse Lucifer, Lord of Hell. Man,
Here are my
Persona is a wild ass game. Because it'll just be something where it'll be like, oh, you could fuse all sorts of like mythological deities and beings. But it also means you get to fuse like, what's it called? 5 different versions of the devil. They'll be like, you can fuse Lucifer, Satan, Beelzebub. And it's like, these are 3 different people with 3 different designs, but they're kind of the same person. What gives? Oh yeah, I need to hang out with Yukari, so if you were looking forward to seeing what Yukari was like personality-wise, we're about to find out. Meet with Yukari. I should reply to her.
Maybe I should go shopping after this. You know, since I have someone to carry my bags for me and all. Just kidding. But for real, it's obvious how much stronger you are than me. You'd pick up stuff that I'm struggling to carry like it's nothing. Since my dad wasn't around much when I was little, it was tough to go shopping on my own.
Yeah, her winter outfit's really adorable. I think of the winter outfits, I would say Yukari's is definitely the cutest. I do love Akihiko's fit, because it's like, just this white, like, suit with, like, I think a red either button-up or, like, turtleneck. It looks so slick. It's so cool.
Hey, so
By the way,
Yeah, I would love to wear Yukari's, like, winter outfit. Or it'd be definitely something I would like to try on. I'm like, it's such a nice... I love the frills on, like, the very top layer. And, like, the stitching on the sleeves. It's some good stuff.
I want to ask you something. Is it weird for me to be so hung up about my parents at my age?
Not really, a little. Leave the bags to me. I would say not really. I think she wants a genuine answer. Because I think the leave the bags to me makes it seem like I'm changing the subject. And a little makes it seem like I'm judging her. But maybe she likes this. Because this is one of those ones where it's like an optional kind of thing. But like you can feasibly mess up and not get any points for it. I'm like, it's like, I'm not going to reload my save for this. I'm usually a coward sometimes. About mags, this is some masculine bullshit. Be like, I do feel like sometimes this game likes to lean in on it a bit. And be like, guys need to be tough and women need to, what's it called? Like, have a guy to rely on. I'm like, I don't like that. I don't like that sentiment. Sometimes I'm just like, I see the dialogue and be like, it doesn't have to be like that. It's like, I have to choose this to rank you up, but come on. I don't, no. You need to trust in your vision. Because you know more than I do. about your personal experience. You don't need me to tell you how you're feeling, because you can, you know how you're feeling. You need to trust in that self. Trust in that self. There we go. Love to see it. What's it called? The good answer was the actual good answer.
I see. I'm glad to hear that. Sorry for the weird question. Just forget I brought it up, okay?
Yukari's smiling. I learned a bit more about her today.
It's nice to relax and do whatever we want every now and then, huh? Alright, let's get going on this shopping spree.
After shopping with Yukari, I decided to go back to the dorm.
What?
Oh wait, wrong one. Wrong one.
There we go.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. It is good to see you again.
Alright. Yeah, because these are all my people. What's it called? This is what I was talking about with Akihiko and like what's it called? Mitsuru have really good winter outfits. Every time I'm about to sleep, I'm so unlucky. I'm so sorry, Raizune. I'm really sorry that a lot of my timing isn't the best.
I'm glad to see you on board.
I'm sorry. I'll try to, hopefully, I think it's a little harder for me to stream a little bit earlier, but I can at least see if maybe Saturdays I can. Oh. Yeah, this is Akihiko. Mysterious cases. That's all they're talking about on the news. Up until now, the reports on the Shadow incident have been altered before being publicized, right?
Yes.
Yes, that goes for the same for the victims. The public receives a watered-down version of the truth. If a person is found unconscious, it's framed as a mugging. If a person goes missing, it's a kidnapping. That's how they've been handled. However, the problem is that these incidents are sporadic, and the culprits are never identified.
As we know, we both know he's alright. I wanna hug her. Yeah, it's Mitsuru. Mitsuru's very perfect.
Profound sadness.
I'm really sorry. I'm sorry about my schedule being so off.
Let's see.
In the end, they're classified as mysterious cases because everything about them is unexplainable.
It's the sheer number of cases, it's arousing suspicion. Things are getting pretty serious.
Hello.
I'm vanished. I'm dead tired. Hopefully you have a good night's rest. Au revoir. I'm also deeply sorry about my schedule.
Cases of apathy syndrome are on the rise again. There are a lot of people reporting missing as well. This is not good. Society is crumbling before our eyes.
Again, this is Aegis. She is a robot who what's it called? She joined our party and had a little bit of just kind of like self-doubt about exactly her, like, I guess, robot self. But at the same time, she ends up kind of like ending up emerging as somebody who gets her own strength and is able to learn from people. What was Mia? I guess is a very wonderful character.
Koromaru-san's gaze is strong and unwavering, as if he is only looking towards the future. When he joined us, he was the only one capable of using 2 different theragies. Now I think I understand why. By the time Koromaru-san met us, he had already crossed a major milestone.
But yeah, Koromaru's our dog.
He's our guy.
I think I'm gonna probably take him on a walk, but... Now this is Junpei. He's a bit of a slacker, and he gets a little bit, what's it called? Jealous of us. But he also has a lot of growth because of his flaws. He ends up getting really close to this one girl who's kind of our rival, named Chidori.
Oh yeah.
So it ends up kind of bringing him down to earth and helping him kind of be able to flesh out or become a lot more emotionally intelligent. He's a bit on the ugly side.
School's starting again. I wonder how everyone's doing.
Probably the same.
That's true. You didn't have a long enough vacation for anyone to change.
Alright, and then this is Ken. He is a child. He joined our party for revenge because what's it called? He noticed that there was somebody he wanted to take revenge upon. But in the process, he learned how to use a persona. But he's also
Me. Oh, hi, Yuri Seraphim. How's it going?
But yes, Ken, he's definitely a lot more somebody who acts like a very old person, but also just still has like kind of kid tendencies. So it's very funny to kind of just see how it kind of counterbalances.
The cult has this mantra, if you believe, you'll be saved. But does anyone actually think that's true? Reminds me of those ads in the back of a magazine. You know the ones that say, buy this product and you'll be happier? Well,
And then Yukari. Everyone's so interested in this cult. There are news reports on it every single day. It makes me sick. I wonder how our school won't be so... I hope our school won't be so obsessed. I'm sure it'll be fine. I really hope so. It'd be seriously depressing if it wasn't. Wait, where's Fuka? I think she might be upstairs. Let's see, Fuka.
Yes. Can I help you?
How's everyone doing?
Everyone can go tonight. Is there anything else?
I can't really talk to her at the moment because she wants to read. But it's between reading, which is something I've already done, and taking Koromaru out on a walk. He's a dog who was injured, and he lost the one kind of guy who was looking after him. But we ended up adopting him, and he also ended up learning how to use personas. Koromaru's looking at me with pleading eyes. He wants to go on a walk. Aigis can come with us. Alright. Let's see, let's go on a walk.
Koromaru-san looks quite happy. We'll wait for you here. Please enjoy yourself as much as you like.
I miss my dog. I feel like, what's it called? I have a cat, and my family's been having a lot of cats, but we had like one dog who was like a little Shih Tzu named Molly. She ended up living for quite some time, at least maybe from like maybe 2002 or 3 to 2015. So, what's it called? I always think about her just because she was such a fun personality.
School resumes again tomorrow, doesn't it? I'm actually looking forward to it. I see everything so differently now. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps we could walk home together after classes tomorrow. I'd
Right.
like to experience the town alongside you.
Oh, that pose. Oh, the fun, just kind of sitting pose. It's very fun.
Welcome back, Koromaru-san.
I am mama.
What is that you have there?
Like this.
What's that? You would like to trade this in for a treat? Are you feeling hungry, Koromaru-san? All right, we can get a snack when.
Oh, I guess
get
his
back.
like kind of was like,
But
oh,
only a
my
small one,
pose.
Understood?
Oh yeah, the what's it called? I think it's like the hands crossed. I feel like, what's it called? I'm a man like this. Yo, what's up? Can you smell my testosterone? It's like this aura pose where it's just like. I've been watching a lot of Blue Lock, and like my favorite thing about it. So my favorite thing about the anime at the moment, aside from how bad it's animated, is just like Isagi. Like everyone has like an aura of different colors, and the main character has an aura that's like a green fart cloud. Or it's supposed to be green flames and mist, but it's like such a nasty green color. That's just like, it looks like just like fart clouds. Or it looks like this dude hasn't showered in forever. So I'm like, I feel like the "can you smell it?" my testosterone reminded me of just like that, just like green like mist around him, and people being like, "It's called Aura, pal." I can hear people talking. Hey, have you heard the rumors about that cult?
Excuse me?
Hey, don't call it that. You don't know anything about it. Besides, it's pretty much the fact that the fall is coming.
Oh, well, nothing we can do about that, I guess. By the way, about the homework in second period.
Oh yeah, this little, what's it called, the nerdy guy with like kind of the mask on, and then his friend who just has his head on his desk. There's a really funny dude where once I'm in like this morning thing, oh wait, once I have full control of myself,
Listen up.
there's like some funny NPCs.
Happy New Year, everyone. Winter break has come and gone. No more boozing. Oh, you guys are underage. Wow, I feel sorry for you.
Man, going through all this homework and you can't even get a drink out of it.
But since it's a new year, here's a relevant question for you all. Let's see, Arisato-kun. Do you know about the monk named EQ? He's the one who's famous enough that they made a show based on his life.
Yeah, it's like a little kind of like furl, like on like the right hand side of her face, but a little bit of an empty spot near the left.
Well, this is what he said about New Year's. The New Year is the index of a journey to a certain place. Where's this certain place he's referring to? Yikes. One's hometown, one's second life, one's underworld. I want to say hometown because it reminds me of a wonderful quote from the Senran Kagura developer where to paraphrase it, it was chest is life, but butt is hometown. And I would say that the new year is kind of like a butt. It is like the hometown.
Whoops, wrong answer.
Womp womp. The correct answer is the underworld.
Oh. No.
It's like, womp womp, your answer was butt. Our New Year's decorations are but a milestone marker along with the path to the underworld. EQ is an eccentric old man. During the New Year's celebration, he carried around a staff with a skull on top of it. And he'd say stuff like, "Death is coming closer," to random passerby and whatnot. Anyway, if you want to learn more about old-timey stuff like this, you can ask Mr. Akoda about it. Now, please open your textbooks. I answered incorrectly. Everyone laughed at me.
It has been a while since we attended class.
It's been a while since school.
Teachers and our
Gross.
classmates seem to be doing well. By the way, did you notice that Junpei-san was missing?
Junpei's gone.
I saw him head for the rooftop before afternoon classes started. Perhaps he decided to skip the first day of the semester?
Oh man, is that a call from Junpei?
It's nice and warm out. Want to come to the rooftop? It'd be nice to have a little chat there.
Yeah, what's it called? They gotta fill in some of those NPCs with just like no faces. Only the ones you can interact with kind of have faces, but a lot of them just don't. I know in Persona 5 they had that kind of effect where it was like everyone except for like the ones you could talk to are just kind of just blank, no eyes, no mouth.
You free, right? Come hang on the rooftop for a bit.
Man, Yukari and Junpei are both there. I decided to meet them. Oh yeah, going on the rooftop. There's a nice view because it's like a port town. But it doesn't look so nice because it's like kind of animated on like... The animation is still a little bit basic. But I imagine if this was reality, it would look really beautiful, that sunset.
Oh, Arisado-kun.
Sorry, I don't really have a reason to be up here. I just sort of felt like it. Only to find Junpei here
It was just the vibes.
I guess I just felt the urge myself. Maybe we've been through so much together that our wavelengths are in sync.
Alright, Theurgy.
That's just your imagination.
Hey, don't be mean to him. He's been going through
If
a
I'm
lot.
on the same wavelength as Junpei, I'd better change the channel.
Better smack the TV and make sure it's a different channel. Pink Sunset gives me 2017 vibes. It is a very... Yeah, I guess probably I feel like so much of that year probably felt like a lot of it was like kind of baked in that sort of like, I guess kind of grapefruit kind of like tinge, or like that fuchsia. I feel like there was kind of like a resurgence in that.
Anyhow, it's so nice today, isn't it?
To Tendel Aura. It's like I could give a few for free. It's like maybe I need to make it a little bit cheaper.
Ada, Ada.
The wind's a little chilly, but the fresh breeze feels great.
Looking from here, the view ain't that bad.
Ah, the view is nice.
Ada, Ada.
It's like, it's not a full moon, so I don't have any reason.
It's familiar scenery, but I guess that's why it's so calming. The end almost doesn't feel real.
People have been passing out and disappearing out of nowhere lately, huh?
Yeah, there's a lot more
I've been talking
zombies.
about a lot of shadow-related incidents on the news, too. Mitsuru-senpai said it's because there are too many shadow victims. The memory revision can't keep up.
I don't really get it. This is all because of Nyx, huh?
Man,
Feels like
Nyx
the
been
world's
ruining
hit rock
everything.
bottom. There's even weird cults popping up. I guess this won't be one of those, oh, it was just a dream moments.
We'll figure something out. We gotta fight Nyx at some point. I guess the fun thing about Persona 3 is how so much of it feels like you're just kind of planning as you go along. Like, there's not, like, one just overarching story that you know is gonna have a definite finish. It's something where you have to kind of figure it out along the way, because you're just slowly learning information about the world around you. So every month it just kind of feels like you're on your own schedule, rather than feeling like you need to, like, be at a certain place and clear through it with as much time left before bad stuff happens.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Sorry, there's a sheep.
I'm not gonna try and act cool and say things like, I want to protect everyone, but I couldn't handle it if the time we spent together disappeared.
Yep. In fact, the tales of the amazing battles I survived should be handed down through every generation forever.
It's like everyone should go through adversity. No one should have it good. Everyone should suffer.
Who's talking? Weren't you the one who was sulking and giving us a hard time?
It's like you are our own little adversity, Junpei.
Well, that was the passion of my youth. You know, I've matured since.
Damn, passion of the youth, and it was only just last month that you yelled at me and blamed me for everything. I can always count on you. I'm expecting great things, no comment. I think I'm expecting great things is a little more, like, life-affirming. If I played a game like this, and there was a character with your voice, I would be his fan. Oh, thank you so much. Hopefully I'll be able to get to that point at some point. I feel like I have a demo reel, and it's one of those things where I put it out every so often when I see that there's, like, auditions for things. But I feel like I usually end up getting a lot of that, like, sort of outlet out, mostly through these Let's Plays, where I'm just kind of, like, reading the dialogue and being like, okay, I can match this person's voice. I can kind of do it. I'm expecting great things.
That's right. I'm a man with a plan. You're not gonna want to miss this.
You are a little underleveled
I'm
though.
looking forward to it. I'm not one to talk though. I got stuck in my own head and acted out too. I wonder if I've grown since then. I mean, it used to be just the three of us.
Just the
right?
three of us. I like it when you voice girls. I actually, it's always one of those things I kind of like doing when I'm doing like when I'm reading it through, because I feel like when I was like, I guess when I was like kind of in my teens, like Advent Children was one of those like things that like I was anticipating for the longest time. So I'd always like go online and like try to see like if I could read the script before it would come to America. And like I always pretty much only did like the Yuffie voice because I'm like I want my voice to be just like hers. And I think as I got older I was kind of like trying to play around with it a bit more. So I think that being able to at least get the inflection of the Persona girls is really nice. Because it's something where each one of them has their own kind of thing going on. I think my favorite of them is probably Elizabeth. Because she has this sort of like just dreamlike voice that I can kind of get like the highest octave on. Like if I was to read this in her voice, it would be like,
I mean, it used to be just the three of us, right? Like, oh my interest is piqued.
And it's like, oh man, that actually sounds really... It sounds good when I actually hear it back, and I'm like, that kind of sounds like her. But I feel like getting the inflection right is always nice. Like, I feel like Yukari and Fuka's is always fun. I grew up with Fuka being sort of like, that there's one enemy left. So I'm like, oh boy, I get to do this voice. I get to do this one.
If you'd asked me back then, I never would have guessed it'd come to this.
We've all been through so much this year.
Well, yeah, but you gotta look on the bright side. Our friendship is way stronger now, isn't it?
Don't say that with such a straight face. You're embarrassing me.
I'm in. It ain't a Persona game without the power of friendship.
Too bad.
With the strength of our bonds.
We've gotten this far together, so let's see it through to the end.
Alright, let's get this done. Well, let's end this. What a pain. Alright, let's get this done. I like being agreeable. I always feel guilt when I choose like the mean option.
Let's send them packing. And those two guys from Strega haven't made a move, but you know they gotta be planning something. We gotta take care of them too.
Like the Strega dudes are probably the people that are making these cults happen.
Let's show 'em what C's 2F's trio can do. Now that I got you guys, I feel way more pumped.
Oh.
Alright.
I just remembered, Junpei.
Oh no, what happened? Yukari.
You never gave me back that CD. In fact, you never return anything you borrowed.
It's like your friendship is stronger, but that still doesn't erase the sins of your past. Especially the one of not returning that CD.
What? Oh, yeah. That. Do you have to bring it up now?
It's like I need something to remind me of how much I despise you, Junpei. How cute. Pubescent guy. This guy's always unsettling. Dude, I was inviting that cult thing again. Wonder who's in charge of that mess. But he's a chick magnet. Ugh. Yeah, I remember usually there's a dude that's just hanging outside this window trying to talk to the nerd dude. It's like the funniest thing. New Year's Day sucks, man. Everyone expects you to make a resolution, even though there's no way you keep it. The chick, man. He's always thinking about, like, ways to get girls. Yeah, chic. I guess, like, what's it called? I don't think it's a chic magnet. I feel like that would take too much. I feel like that'd be tasteful. It'd be fun to be a chic magnet. Like a magnet of everything that is chic. Let's see. All I read in the magazine is that cult stuff. I guess the members take it seriously. It's just disturbing seeing them pop up everywhere.
Seriously, TV, internet, everywhere. All I hear is cult, cult, cult. So,
what's a cult? Oh man, I love Mitsuru's superfan. She is, what's it called? Is a student who's madly in love with Mitsuru. So throughout the game, you talk to her, and she's always talking about ways to get closer. I'm really cheering her on.
Kirijo-senpai was in a kimono over New Year's? Did you get any pictures?
Let's say... no.
Oh, some help you are.
Yeah.
But where are they then? Don't joke about something like this. I'll knock you silly.
This NPC's nice because she... oh wait, not this NPC. It's so lame, I can't decide anything. I have trouble picking out my clothes. I guess my clothes and my future are totally different things, huh? It's the girl downstairs that's like... oh, this guy downstairs who's always on his phone is like, can you come back to me later? I'm on my phone. I used to take pictures whenever I saw one of those apathy syndrome people. I sent them everywhere in my contacts list saying, I found the apathy syndrome guy. But now they're common. As oxygen. It's pretty scary to get used to. It's gonna go away someday. We're just stuck with it forever. Oh man, the phone addicted student is Kira. Oh man, he does look like Light. Man, Justice Keikaku. This is Ernest student. It's filthy in the front of the art class. Can't they clean up after themselves? It's like that all over town with posters. Those scary cultist freaks. I don't feel comfortable walking around town. Oh yeah, the drink student. The drink enthusiast is over here too. I saw an old man. It wasn't even ripe. Oh no, the drink student isn't here.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of drinks, I need to hydrate. And posture.
There we go.
There we go, that back. Hydro. Let's see. I need to go here and buy some yakisoba for the yakisoba pond angel. Let's see, let's get 2 of these so I get 35. Which one of these could I buy? Like, I guess probably it'd be nice to get like something like that. Sorry, I feel like with the, what's it called? With ever since I played 13 Sentinels, I feel like anytime I see Yakisoba Pond, I always think of Ijiyama and how he looked at that one girl as like the Yakisoba Pond angel just because he handed him one and introduced him to this rabbit hole.
Hey, you're free, right? Let's hang out at the rooftop. It's nice and warm. Let's go on the rooftop.
What to do? Let's see. I think at the moment, the main person I want to talk to is Aegis. She wants to go home. Coffee. Oh, I do. Coffee and chats. Because I have my own. I have a cup of coffee here. I don't know if I can. I know I can make coffee in the game. But I made myself like a little coffee myself. I ended up. I usually like to brew my own, so it'll be something where sometimes I grind the beans and then sometimes. Oh, in Quest, is there a coffee quest? I don't think there's a coffee quest at the moment. I know in Persona 5 you can make a lot of coffee. But I think in this game, it just has a passing curiosity in it because you can work at a cafe at night. And if you talk to Ken in the evenings, he'll make you a cup of coffee. Oh, what the rooftop messages is. Oh. Oh, sorry, the rooftop message. Oh, these ones. Oh, this is just people that are telling you could work today. How are you doing? We're open for business. You can drink coffee here, or you can, what's it called? Work here. I think because it's a Friday, you can work here. And then this is an advertisement for ramen. So you can warp over and get ramen. These are all stat. Some of it is staff, some of it is part-time stuff. Usually if it's a business, they're usually ramen. This one, the big secret is that they have really big bowls of ramen. That, what's it called? I think a lot of tonkotsu, because they definitely like to talk about how the pork is really good. Ramen, I want it. At Hagakure Ramen, I know a little bit later I can like venture in and see some things, because I'm really late in the year and I could waste my evenings. It's mostly the days where, let's see, it was, what's it called? Pork belly, usually. Tender pork is a friend to beautiful skin. Collagen is the big secret. Yeah, if you eat at the ramen place, like, it ends up boosting your stats. Because your main one of your main things you do in this game is kind of boost, like, your, oh, wrong one. There we go. It was, check stats. No, other one. What is it? I'm trying to find it. Oh, it's this one. You can boost either your academics, charm, or courage. Like, usually you would need to boost them based off of who you do. Or, no, not who you do, but, who you pursue a social link with. So, what's it called? If you eat ramen, I think it boosts your charm because the collagen in the pork. There's some things where I think if you eat like seafood, it'll boost your academics. And I think courage is if you eat like a lot of burgers, you end up boosting your courage. But what's it called? I think the coffee also boosts your charm. But you would max out your charm if you want to get close to Yukari, max out your courage if you want to get close to Fuka, and max out your academics if you want to get close to Mitsuru. But word of caution is that academics takes forever to get to 6. I don't think I got to 6 until like December. So that'll be a big grind compared to getting to courage and charm pretty high. Yes. Elizabeth, I guess. Been a while since we've been to school. Do you have any plans after school?
Excuse me?
If you don't mind, would you like to walk home?
See, I am ready to walk home with Aigis.
That's great.
Thank you. Oh, but there is one place I would like to visit before returning to the dorm. Shall we go?
I find myself coming here a lot lately.
Ada.
Oh, that's the. Are you ready? You were able to get to the points. I should really go in the back end and change that to a little bit of a cheaper option. It's fun to do this.
Ada.
Sorry, I feel like I think in like, what's it called? That Smiling Friends show, the Groupie, like kind of like cartoon mascot. Where he's like, I don't do my mascot unless I get enough money, but oh heck, I can do it for free.
Before, I couldn't understand the benefits.
Grimby, I think, was the name of the little like mascot.
But lately that's changed. This is also where we met Koromaru-san last summer. We waited here until we found him. Even though he knew his master had died.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, this is where Koromaru's master died, and how we ended up inheriting Koromaru.
I can understand why now. What drives people isn't necessarily facts, but feelings.
They like feels instead of reals. Do you like blondes? Sometimes blondes are nice. I do like redheads a lot. But what's it called? I feel like blondes are pretty nice. I feel like there's blonde characters I really like Okita Soji from Fate. That's a blonde character I really enjoy.
He knew for a fact that his
I feel like my weakness with blondes is usually guys. I feel like there's a lot of guy characters who are blonde where I'm like, what's it called? They're a bit of a weakness. But I feel like with girls it usually is like the added, there kind of needs to be that added like caveat, like a little curvy. Yeah, her hair is pretty radiant, especially for somebody who's like kind of mostly robotic. Yeah, purple hair and red hair is always really nice.
I feel the same.
That's like kryptonite.
I recognized the fact that I can't protect you, but I came back anyway.
Yeah, Sunny. I think that what's it called? A lot of that ends up radiating when you meet her during the summer, and she's just kind of in that headdress and like kind of just looks at you on the pier. Like there's something very like ethereal about Aigis. And I think the game really likes to capture that quite a bit, especially this Reload kind of remake.
Consciously, I was acting based on my emotions rather than logic. I was so confused at the time that I didn't notice it. But it's true. The parameters governing my behavior seem to have been updated during my time with you.
I can sense Aigis' faint affection. Oh man, social link.
I am thou. Thou art I. Thou shalt have our blessings.
Oh, this is like the little message that you get every time you start to like level up a social link, where it'll just be like, I am thou, thou art I, thou hast established a bond. It's like, ooh, affection, oh boy. People person, unlock all social links, nice.
Oh, I misspoke. I mentioned what drives people. But of course, Koromaru-san and myself aren't people.
What's it called? Robots and dogs are still people in my eyes, as long as, what's it called, I endear to you. As long as I endear to you as a character, you're practically like, what's it called, another person. I guess looks somewhat lonely. We decided to go back to the dorm. Let's see, is there anything cool happening?
Hi, how was your day? The school somehow feels different from last year, and it's a strange atmosphere, doesn't it? A lot of students in my class were talking about cults and other weird things. I imagine this is something to do with the coming of Nyx.
Hey.
Well, let me know if you want to go to Tartarus.
Oh, that's like the main grind. Let's see. Let's start from the top. Talk to Koromaru. What's Koromaru up to? Oh, the ad starts in a minute. He seems like he's in a good mood. There's 2 buttons I want to add. I think there's one, I want to make the Auto cheaper, but I also kind of want to add a bark button because it's kind of fun. Why is there a bar in the dorm? I don't know why there's a bar in the dorm. There's like little like wine glasses and such that we just haven't dipped into. It's just collecting dust.
Damn, Strega. We don't have time to play hide and seek. We better find them before they make more trouble for us. Why don't we let Koromaru sniff them out?
Oh yeah, the dog has little like part of his like I guess kind of little outfit he has like a little like kind of angel outfit that they put him in. He's so cute. Little baby. And then sometimes when you click the dialogue, you could see like the little like shirt on him. It's so adorable. I'm probably gonna take a short break after this ad hits. But, oh, he's my soulmate. Oh, I just want to protect him with everything. He seems to be in a good mood. I wish you could do like first person. There is no first person. Just want to look Koromaru in the face. Oh, you can zoom in though. Oh, baby. I always get so cringy around, like, what's it called? Pets. I always bother my cat.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Alright, I'm back. Oh, you don't have ads. Okay, cool. Sorry. My bad. I was like, wait a second, like... I know that what's it called, some people get hit by it, some people use a block. Which, what's it called, would be pretty cool. I always endorse a good rad block. Oh, Russian, nice. No ads. I see, yes. What's it called? Able to dodge it. Perfect. Let's see. Oh, now Fuka wants to talk. Oh yeah, the kitchen. I forgot to. What's it called? I didn't give you enough of a tour of my pad. Yeah, this is the kitchen. You can cook here with friends. Oh yeah, I hate this fridge because what's it called? You can usually chill taiyaki here if you like, what's it called? If like once in a blue moon, when it's a full moon and like the planets align and Mercury isn't retrograde, like you can put a taiyaki in here, but it's always full. I have no idea what people are filling this fridge up with. It doesn't seem like the taiyaki will fit. It never does. It never does. How? It's a little tiny like cake. How does it not fit? You can put that anywhere. You can put a taiyaki anywhere. The next fridge clearance date is the 9th. They might have a space on this date. So tomorrow I could put taiyaki in there. What a miserable state of affairs. Let's see. Let's go into my room. This is what my room looks like. There's all my souvenirs from throughout the year. Why is there so much food? Do rich people live here? Actually, Mitsuru is made of money. So, Mitsuru's kind of like one of the richest people. Yeah, it is a really cute and cozy space that they give you. There's multiple floors. There's vending machines here. Buy some Ceylon tea. There's a lot of floors here too. What's it called?
I'll show the souvenirs. Let me dip. Hi, Zach Lucky. How's it going? Oh, my room. Let's see these souvenirs. There is a doll from Christmas. I spent time with Yuko getting this. This is a cup that says I got silver in a race. But what's it called? That one guy from the other school won instead. A photo of everyone at the dorm we took on November 4th. That was the day everything bad happened. Especially to Mitsuru. But what's it called? A lot of bad stuff happened that day. A mask from the summer festival. Yuko and I went across a lot of stalls. A model of a tower. Ryoji and Junpei were full of energy when we visited the shrine together. A green turban shell from Yakushima. We spent a lot of time with friends. I think that's pretty much all of them. The little Jack Frost doll. Hee-ho. I should add a hee-ho button. This is how you can check the calendar manually. Oh yeah, I have my own fridge, but I can't really use it. It seems to be broken. I should use the one in the lounge. You gave me a broken fridge, Mitsuru. You're made of money. You have a corporation, you're rich. But I can't put my own drinks here. You can see an attractive reflection. I guess this is what you see in the mirror. This is my outfit that I do dungeon crawling in. This is where you can either study or play games. But the game that you play is just like the, what's it called? The social link for Maya. There's nothing good on TV. This is where you sleep. Let's see, the 4th level hallway. That is where I was at beforehand. This takes you to the command room. Now in the command room, you can watch like little funny skits here. So it's usually just ways of being able to get to know a lot of the people on your team. There are no new recordings. So what's it called? Ikutsuki, Junpei, Fuka, Akihiko, Shinjiro, I guess Mitsuru, Yukari, Amada. It is a little spy shit. I'm kind of confused as to some of these, because there's no way there should be cameras in people's rooms. But for some reason, some of the things in this console deck are from inside of people's rooms. I'm like, what kind of dorm room is this? Like, there's like points where people have just gotten out of the shower. I'm like, why is this here? It is a little creepy. I think that, what's it called? You're in the dorms and you think like, oh yeah, like, what's it called? Like, it's just gonna be a normal space, but it's not. It's just an unsettling space. This is the rooftop. There's nothing to do up here aside from vegetables. What's it called? So you can harvest them on the 13th. You can also plant them with a group of people. But let me see that first floor lounge, because I think if you go up here, I've talked to everybody here. There's still a few people. There's still quite a few people. You want some bananas? That would be nice. I could use some. I could use a banana. I know there's, what's it called? There's like, here's one more left in my like pantry. It looks like it's going a little bad though, but I might be able to eat it. Can I help you?
I don't think so.
Just as expected, the cult's influence has reached our school. Some people seem to be fully devoted to it. We need to do something about Nyx. I didn't expect the cult to be so popular. I thought people would oppose it, but it's like a fire drawing moths to its flame. The masses have simply accepted it. Everyone at school thinks it's just a normal 3rd term. They have no clue that this may be their last 3rd term ever. I don't know how to feel. Even though we're in the same classroom, it feels like we're living in different worlds. Yeah, Akihiko's a very handsome dude. He's kind of he's on the boxing team, so he's definitely working out a lot more. And a lot of his big thing is just kind of like making sure he's able to properly train. But he's also very level-headed. And it has like a little charming kind of stuff to him. His kind of gray white hair is really nice. Yeah, it's like a nice kind of just like, kind of refined sheen to him. Where even though he's like kind of just in this brutal stuff,
His like sense of fashion and his like outfit and such, like, and his hair looks very fancy. There's Mitsuru enjoying tea. I knew the cult would have some influence over the school, but to this extent? Can you think of an effective way to counter them? Just hope they resist it. Eliminate the cult. I guess eliminate the cult.
No.
The entire cult? I would prefer not to do that. Eliminating the cult should be our last resort. Just hope they resist it.
Oh.
You're right. All we can do is hope that people have within them to withstand the cult's teachings. There's nothing we can do.
Let's see.
You may be right. Nyx's influence is too great. In that case, we'll just have to defeat Nyx itself to break the control. Let's see. So probably my two options are either having cooking with Yukari, which is probably what I'm going to be doing because you can get items out of this. Or just lounging on the couch with Ken watching like detective movies. Why she is alone? Because I guess she's kind of waiting for you to like cook. Because usually when people wait here and have like little smiles over their heads, it's because they want to do an activity with you. Which is exactly what Ken has as well. Where he has an activity he wants to do. But some of it's not really productive. Like if you're reading or if you're watching TV, it's only at the service of leveling up like a guy's like skills. Like if I did it here, like it would mostly just to be like either giving Ken a new ability or like being able to give myself a stat boost. But it's like I want to chill with the Ken. It's like I should hang out with Ken. This is quality time. He's a really funny guy. I love Ken. Like he's somebody who like even though he's just like just a child, he's like, I love detective films. I saw a review of this, and it was really splendid. I love watching things that are I love watching really violent action films, but also heroic Phoenix Ranger Featherman. I also like coffee. None of the kids in my class like coffee, but I learned everything about it. Like when he asks you, when he's sitting down here and he asks you to make him coffee, he's like, I learned how exactly from the temperature and beans. And it's like, how do you have the time to be able to do this research? I'm doing 8th grade calculus. I'm doing calculus in the 5th grade. You wouldn't believe how many people don't know this. Even this is complete nonsense. It looks like the director of the movies we watched has a huge repertoire. I like the oeuvre of this director. He's worked on quite a few of my favorite films. It doesn't seem like Ken will gain any more new skills, but watching it will help me gain courage. If you're not busy, you want to watch a movie together? Alright, let's do this. Okay, I'll set it up. Mata seems to be having fun with this violent action film with shooting and death. We just finished watching a hard-boiled fiction movie together.
That action scene during the climax was amazing, wasn't it?
I really love the effects they did when they blew up that guy's head. This distance from the TV. Alright. Oh no. It's been a while since I've started this Pokemon community game thing, so I don't know how it works. I guess you have to establish it and then be able to catch different Pokemon. This action scene's intense. So amazing. Alright, you got a Snivia. I have gained courage from this. It has done not too much.
Speaking of action scenes, Japan's live-action superhero shows are just as good. Really.
It's like, trust me, Pulp Fiction and Phoenix Ranger Featherman are just as important. Kamen Rider and Die Hard are both made with the same cinematography. What was the recent discourse where someone was like, is this Toku? Or is this Tokusatsu? I think it was like something really funny. Alright, this is social links. There's Mitsuru, there's Chihiro. Let's see, because I know as far as my social links go, Mitsuru is pretty high. Yukari's at 4, Justice is at 2. I wonder how much I could feasibly do with Chihiro's, because I might have just enough time for Mitsuru. But I know Chihiro might be a major grind. Yeah, maybe Chihiro. Let's see what she's up to.
Oh, Arisato-san. How have things been? Actually, I'd like to ask you a favor if you have the time today.
I feel like we might grow closer. Should we spend time with Chihiro? Sure.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. This is kind of embarrassing, but will you help me with my homework? It's math, to be specific. Let's talk about it more at the library.
A treasurer who's not even good at math. Doesn't that sound pathetic?
Oh no, baby.
I never even wanted this job. Someone else entered me into the running. I didn't think I would actually get elected, though.
It's like, man, I just, what's it called? I just winged it. I didn't think I'd get this far. Now I have to actually learn math. I get it, Chihiro. Math is like my worst subject.
Oh, but I don't regret joining the student council or anything.
Oh, her little forehead. Just give her a nice little poop. A boop or a peck.
If I hadn't joined, then I wouldn't have met such kind people like you.
Like you.
Shut up. You're distracting us.
So you shut up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you're gonna flirt with each other, go do it outside.
Do it outside.
I'm so tired of this. Can't even pick up my pencil anymore.
Even this guy? Man, why are you guys bullying her? She's just like talking to you, and then they're like, get out of room, you tail. He's like, yeah, I agree. I'm like, why would you agree?
But if you give me a kiss, maybe I can study for another 30 minutes.
What are you going on about now? Come on, you gotta take this seriously. Don't you want us to go to the same college?
It's funny, they're like, get a room, you two, while they're both just airing out their entire business.
Just give me a kiss, please.
As the laziest to like, give me a kiss. It's like, these are, I guess, probably the most punchable people.
They're really gonna kiss?
It's like, I wasn't doing anything nearly as rough as this. I've never played Persona. Is it fun? It's a pretty good time. Hiya, Akito Yato. What's it called? Persona is a really nice game. It's kind of like, it's one of those RPGs you really sink your time into. Especially since it has the calendar system. I feel like with this game, and a lot of the other ones, you at least have like a good maybe 100 hours of game in you. So if you can deal with that pretty nicely, then these games are pretty solid. They give you a lot of variety too, where you kind of counterbalance like a lot of your RPG like dungeon crawling with a lot of your sort of like visual novel kind of like sort of story mechanics. So it's very dense in its story, but it's also kind of just really fun in its like kind of combat. I personally love Persona 3 the most, but 5 is a pretty good one to start on as well, since it's a little bit more like, I guess, kind of polished up. 4 is a lot of fun. 1 and 2 are a bit more on the older side from like the PS1. but I really love 2 quite a bit.
Do they not know where they are?
Do I have to know the other personas to get the lore? Actually not. There's some things like little Easter eggs that might be like, what's it called? That might be nice to kind of have. But aside from those Easter eggs, like, it's kind of like Final Fantasy in that, like, a lot of the stories are pretty much their own thing. Like, the characters from Personas 3, 4, and 5 are all completely different. So, it mostly depends on what kind of vibe you want. Where if you want something that feels like it's, like, kind of you're planning every month at a dorm and it's kind of like Evangelion-ish, in a sense. Like, Persona 3 is a good one to start with. If you feel like you like murder mystery stuff, like something like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 4, or like Scooby-Doo, or if you like slice of life kind of like elements, Persona 4 is really awesome. And then with Persona 5, it's like kind of this sort of big scale kind of like almost like heist kind of thing, where you're sort of like kind of coming together as like sort of rebels, like going against like the sort of like the powers that be. And it's all about dismantling a lot of these power structures, but also just hanging out with like a ton of fun people. So I think being able to have that kind of like boost of edge makes 5 a pretty nice choice. It mostly depends on what kind of vibe you want. Let's see. Do they not know where they are?
Oh, hello, Shrimbo Max. How's it going?
They have no shame. They're gonna kiss? Where'd they go? I feel like I mostly only played games I can rush through.
That's right. I agree.
That's right, they are shameless. I think that Personas are a little bit of different speed, where a lot of it's something where you have to kind of like chip away at it gradually. So it's one of those things where it's definitely going to be a change of pace, but it's also going to be something where, like, if like it's something that you would be open to, like, it's probably like one of the better and longer games that you can sink time into. Like, I love Final Fantasy games, and those are ones that you can sink a lot of time into as well, but it's also kind of a little bit of a grind. It's something where rushing through it can be a bit tricky. I want to play a similar game to date girls. Persona games are pretty good games to date girls in. I think Stardew is also kind of nice for a lot of the social mechanics. You have a lot more games where you have that, like Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem Three Houses has really good kind of... It's probably the closest you get to a Persona that's a little easier to grind. Like, if you have a Nintendo Switch and you want a game that you can kind of rush through that still has, like, Persona mechanics, I think that Fire Emblem Three Houses is a pretty good choice as well. Hey, I get told that I need to play games that are for relaxing.
And they're still just kids.
I did Stardew Valley. I just played without sleeping. It was done within a few days at most. I think that a lot of life management ones can be a little bit on the trickier side, or like farm ones.
So I say this as a member of the student council.
I do not want to see people kissing in front of me.
That kind of inappropriate behavior should not be tolerated at school. We should notify the student council.
Not snitching on the people that kiss at school. Let's see, it's... I agree. That's kind of extreme. You don't like kissing. Kissing at school is bad. Raising your voice in a library is good. Rules for thee, not for me. But yeah, I guess I have to choose. I have to agree kissing is gross because Chihiro thinks kissing is gross.
If you're on my side, then I have nothing to fear.
The nonconformist type.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be.
Oh no, Chihiro caught herself. See, that's that's a bit of a oopsies.
I don't mind if I get in trouble, but
You're dragging me down with you.
I don't want you to get criticized too.
Don't worry, I'm a rebel. I smoke in the bathroom. But don't tell the student council president. He doesn't know it's my cigarette butt. Let's see. I have developed something with Chihiro. A little something close. It's rank 3.
Oh, I didn't notice the time. I think I'm going to be stuck here for a while, so you don't need to wait for me.
I parted ways with Chihiro, and then headed back to the dorm. So exactly how many? Is she like the typical nerd?
I see you're back.
I think a lot of her social link is mostly just kind of learning to be a lot more comfortable around other people, or at least learning to be comfortable at men. Fuka is kind of the nerdy one. Or is the typical nerd where she's got like a little bit of like an inferiority complex because her parents are rough, but also just, what's it called? Really loves like to play around with like computers and tech. Oh yeah, Akihiko is a really nice voice. Oh, you're back. Only 3 more weeks till X Day. Fate of the entire world. I'm not concerning myself with that role right now. All I'm thinking about this moment is moving forward. So let me know when you want to go to Tartarus. Like, I don't know if there's like a voice bank or something where I can hear different like lines or character lines. So the world might end and they're all concerned about school. Yeah, because it's one of those things where a lot of what this game focuses on is, what's it called? You're kind of part of this hidden like dormitory called C's, where you end up having to fight in this giant tower, and like you have to kind of climb the tower, but you also have to fight these bosses throughout the game. And a lot of these bosses are pretty much just like different harbingers of the very end of this universe. So around the tail end of the game, you're at least like starting to face around people who have like real actual threats. So the very final guy, Nyx, is going to be at the very end of this month, where he's going to be an actual threat to everybody. But because his threat is so massive, like, while everyone else can't see shadows, they can be affected by them. So some people, like, on the streets, like, if I go outside, you have people that are affected by something called apathy syndrome, which, like, they kind of get into, like, a zombie-like kind of, like, trance. Like, if you go, I guess, you see it a little bit more in Polonia Mall. You see people, like, just kind of, like, slouched around. And as the game goes on, it's kind of like a mixture of depression, like, an extreme depression, but also a little bit of a zombification. Because everyone starts to, like, speak in, like, kind of, like, growls. But as the only people that are able to deal with this, like, you either, like, have to fight people in the dungeon at night or worry about, like, kissing in the library during the day. There's, like, a school romance atmosphere during the day, but at night, it goes from being either, like, a very cold and calming kind of night or, like, a very just dark and despairing space. And as the game is kind of, like, in its final moments... Growling and depression sounds like puberty to me. It's like, it's just teen angst manifested as like a zombification. Man, everyone wants to hang out.
By the way,
Looks like the college entrance exams are on the 16th and 17th of this month. I bet Sonata-san and Kirijo-senpai are both gonna ace it. They try to hide it, but it's pretty obvious they study all the time.
Alright, Ken, what is your wisdom while you're drinking this coffee at, like, nighttime?
Cult is a hot topic among my classmates, even though we're only elementary school students. But at least they're just talking about it, not actual followers. I heard that some middle and high school students have joined, though.
Let's see. Now we have 3 options. We got either watching TV with Yukari, which is probably watching another zombie movie. There's hanging out with Koromaru, or there's helping plant vegetables with Aigis. part of me thinks it's gonna be a Koromaru day. Koromaru is looking with pleading eyes. Meh, doggo. He wants to go on a walk. Let's see, is there anything else? Only Wild Duck Burger wants to hang out with me. You can't pet the dog, but you can walk him out when he has this little thing. You can actually brush the dog if he's close to here, and he has like a little comb next to him. He does that pet thing where he sits right next to the thing he wants to do. If he's sitting over here, you can like brush him. If he's sitting over here, you can watch TV shows with him. But you can't manually pet him. He is a member of your party though. So if you want to fight with a dog in your party, you get to use Koromaru. Or Koromaru gets to launch himself at people. You can like fight people with him. Let's take him out on a walk. Oh, Chihira's out.
Oh, good evening. We happen to run into each other a lot, don't we? I stopped by the bookstore and didn't realize it had gotten so late.
Let's fight the developer. Why didn't they let petting the dog in the game? I'm so damn
more
brat.
strange
I'll sue. Sorry, Persona. With Persona 5, that's like the funniest clip they keep on playing of like the main bad guy just like falling over and holding his head, just be like, damn brat, I'll sue. There have been more and more strange people. She's kind of scared of Koromaru, but I think she's actually warming up to him.
I suppose with Koromaru-kun around, we won't have to worry about walking alone at night, will we? Oh, look at the time. I think we should start heading back.
Alright, Koromaru and I returned home. I have to see if there's other Koromaru activities I can do. Because I think I might be another, like, maybe 10 to 20 minutes before I head out and get some food. I always like the streams where I'm able to kind of, like, do, like, some of the school life stuff. Because I feel like I have a little bit more to talk about in those regards. I think with the combat, I'm so locked in that I'm, like, just making little, like, kind of just side comments and remarks. But I feel like when I'm playing, like, the visual novel stuff, what's it called? I get to enjoy things like Soda Sundays. Every Sunday, all the vending machines fill up. So I always buy like some Sierra Mist, some Sobe, some Red Bull. All of these are based on real drinks too. So it's a lot of fun to be able to check the machines and be like, I could buy Starbucks, Aquafina. I like Ceylon tea here. It's also a Tanaka Sunday. So every Sunday, if I click on this TV, there's a home shopping network. I don't know if they're gonna sell anything this month because Tanaka's been ripping me off lately. In my school, you can only buy coffee and energy drinks. I feel like all my schools have gotten kind of weird with drinks because I feel like in American vending machines in high schools. Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate. You're actually selling soda. So in my middle school and high school, I've had soda. In college, I've had soda. I wasn't able to buy energy drinks until college, but, and then with coffee, I think coffee you also get at college. You guys have vending machines in American schools. I don't know if it's like that with every school, but I think most high schools, at least, and middle schools have like vending machines. So I've definitely bought a lot of sodas and like snacks from like vending machines at like high schools, or at my high school. I used to do something really bad, and they used to have like really plain like Cheerios. So sometimes during lunch when I was trying to like cut down on my calorie count, I would just buy like raw Cheerios and just eat them for lunch. It helped me slim down a bit, but it's also probably not the best as far as like eating just like little tiny bits of things for food. But with American like cafeterias, they're always kind of selling things like what's it called, pizzas, or like beef patties.
Thank you so much.
Let's see. Let's watch some Tanaka Sunday. Hello everyone, welcome to the home shopping show, Tanaka's Amazing Commodities. I'm your host. We'll show you great products at unbeatable prices. Today's item is 4 salvation badges, 1 for every member of the household. You can't be safe without them. But wait, we also have disaster-proof backpacks. Now how much would you pay? You'd be surprised to say 29,000 yen. Await the apocalypse in style. Oh, what's this? I'm hearing the cries of the people. I'm hearing the phones ringing off the hook. They're all sold out. 100%. Sorry, folks. But when it's gone, it's gone. Sounds like a scam. All of Tanaka's stuff is a scam. But, like, some of it in the early game helps you out. Nowadays, he's just selling, like, survival stuff that doesn't help you out at all, that you can't buy. But he used to be able to sell you things that, like, would just be items or things that you could equip, like weapons and, like, armor. Or, like, different things that'll help you heal your magic and, like, health. But I think he's voiced by Patrick Seitz, I think. So he has a very interesting voice where it's really deep and nice sounding, but he also just looks like just a complete scumbag and acts the same way. We'll see you next Sunday. Same time, same channel. Alright, now we can talk to everyone else.
By the way,
Oh yeah, we have tomorrow off for, what's it again? Oh yeah, it's coming of age day. Like I said before, I'm just hoping to even make it to my 20th birthday.
Oh, right.
Akihiko and I will be taking our college examination days on the 16th and 17th. So we'll be out during the afternoon, but we should be back before nightfall. Therefore, we'll be available to go to Tartarus, so don't worry.
It's really funny, like, most of the people, like, kind of look really old. Like, Junpei kind of looks like, he has, like, a little chin, like, scruff. So he kind of looks like Jesse from Breaking Bad, a little bit. Especially with this jacket. And then, what's it called? Akihiko here looks like he's, like, a model in his, like, 20s. Hey. And then we look at the portrait. Yeah, it's like, that's fashionable. This jacket with, like, the turtle, what's it called, with the sweater and the scarf. Ah! I'm sorry for the thirst. Howdy, partner. What you looking for today? Trying to get the fine vintage? I don't have the fine vintage today. Would you be able to settle for some barefoot or some Josh?
Yukari. I thought at least our school would be safe from that cult crap, but I guess I was wrong. All our classmates are talking about the end of the world and salvation and stuff. Why do we have to go through it at school too?
Let's see. I guess I need to go to the vending machines throughout the world. Ah, gross. I have, like, nowhere else to be. No one wants to hang out or talk to me. Let's see, let's get some Dr. Pepper. Let's get some Sunkissed. Get some 7-Up. Guess I'll get my drinks. Go on my drink run. Go to the strip mall. I can hang out with Bunkichi, who's the old man. That might be fun. Wait, no. I have to go to here.
Oh, the blush suits me.
Oh. Feels so bashful. Oh, the taxi driver. He has something new. Did you see those flyers? I heard a lot of people are buying into that stuff. Never underestimate the power of a piece of paper. I lost my family to a slip of paper. My wife left me.
This damn cabbie job wasn't paying enough for me to take care of my family.
Damn. I don't have the rank system in following orders, but I didn't think I'd like this cult stuff. But when I joined, it wasn't like that. It's not like your typical join. This is the guy sharing his beliefs and people who decide to respect him. This isn't as strict as I thought. I kinda like it. Let's see, let's go to the vending machine. Let's buy some more Sierra Mist. This is all this stuff from here. Some Mad Bull, some probiotics. Definitely lemonade. And happiness water.
Ba 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 ba.
Let's see, Bunkichi. I am kind of wasting a day. So it's either work at the movie theater, or maybe I'll hit up that ramen. They mentioned ramen a little earlier. It makes me kind of want it. No, that's Wakatsu Kitchen. That's where you get seafood. This is ramen. It's too crowded. Oh. I'll have to wait in the evening, as long as I don't have anybody to hang out with around then. The Net Cafe. I'm sorry about the ramen, it didn't quite work. Let's see. I don't think any of these are needed. So with Polonia, let's see what the night... I guess the nightclub isn't open just yet. Yeah, it's not open. So I guess I'm gonna have to hang out at the movie theater. Let's go. Go to the movie. Oh, fanatical woman. These posters and paintings are far from meaningless for us. With our acts, we will change the flow of causality. The concept of salvation will be in greater harmony with the earth, tipping the scales to deliverance. The earth seeking salvation will become an empty vessel for Nick Sama to fill. The nightclub before coming of age. Yeah, it's kind of a weird story where like they kind of let you go into the nightclub at night. That's how you're able to hang out with the old drunk monk. Let's see. Who else is here?
It's fine if they want to save those who believe will be saved. Whatever. It bugs me, but at least I get what they're saying. That weird sign they leave all over the damn place is different. Doesn't make any sense. Creeps me out. Shit. The town's been looking like a garbage dump, and I heard it's all those cult dudes' fault. All this graffiti shit. I mean, we could do it sometimes too, but not this much. Must be out of their minds.
Yeah, it's a bit on the sus side. Alright, I guess I'll hang out at the movies. I should spend time here. I will be working here. It seems like it won't get any higher, but I'll definitely get paid.
Can we get much higher?
There are many more moviegoers than usual. I spent a long time listening to a film buff talk about movies. That's gotta be a wonderful conversation. Especially in 2010. Especially around award season from 2009 films. I made public announcements about lost items, even though I wasn't used to it.
Phew, what a day. Here's your paycheck.
I've improved my stats, and they can't get much higher. I can't even remember the movies from back then. I think I looked into it, I think like maybe a while back, because I was like, okay, like what would be the kind of film that would be playing when this character dies? It's like, what could have been the last film this person had ever seen before like everything is gone? I think that was like the end year for Avatar, Harry Potter, the Half-Blood Prince, Up from Disney, the second Twilight film, the first Hangover. The awards that were won for were Hurt Locker, Avatar, what's it called? A lot of Hurt Locker, Crazy Heart from Jeff Bridges, the Sherlock Holmes film with Robert Downey, The Blind Side, that was kind of a poop one. Inglorious Bastards, that was fun. Precious, I hadn't seen it. Up in the Air, that was a bit of a... It was a fine movie, but it's not one that sticks with you.
I see you're back.
Oh, you're back. Let's see, another... Ooh, Ninja Assassin was from 2009. I feel like I remember that, yeah. That was like that really fun like action movie where like it got a little bit violent. I hear The Road is really good in The Serious Man. These are action films. Sorry, I got a little engrossed. I'm like, what were the movies that I was like trying to be like, what's it called? Really fancy about back then, and be like, I only watch the most refined films, like I know in 2008 was In Bruges. That was like my big like hipster one. 500 Days of Summer, that was fun but a little obnoxious. Mega Shark versus Giant Octopus, a classic. I feel like I need to watch more monster movies. Let's see, nobody wants to talk, but everyone wants to do something. I feel like this is time to get coffee from Ken. Alright, Ken. Make me coffee, coffee boy. Make me coffee, coffee servant.
Oh, I was thinking of brewing some coffee. Would you like some?
Doesn't seem like he'll gain more, but I'll definitely get some SP items out of this. So this is actually very useful.
It's like I'm a barista or something. This is pretty fun. You can take your coffee to go if you want. You can take it HOTTOGO. As the kids would say, like 20 years from now.
Amada seems calm, because he learned how to make coffee. We passed the time drinking coffee at midnight.
Sometimes adding milk and sugar is nice, but I usually take it black, of course.
Yeah, I usually take it black as well. But
If you feel like meeting up for coffee again, just let me know.
I feel like with coffee, sometimes I add cream and sugar if I want something sweet. But usually if I want something bitter, something that kind of carries me through, I'll drink it black. Dragon Ball Evolution is from 2009. Maybe that's why it was erased. I feel like one of my guilty pleasures is really bad live action anime films. Like, there was just a lot of really bad moments from Dragon Ball Evolution that I just find to be really funny. I think that the one that gets really like kind of just memorized was when he was like kind of surfing on the car with his head, and somebody made like a video of like just him constantly, Goku just constantly just like jumping over the car like with his head just on repeat. I love I have one of my guilty pleasure movies. It's like really bad. Is the live action Death Note movie that was made like I think like 2018, where like William Dafoe is Ryuk. Like the guy they got to play Light was just like one of the wimpiest dudes on the planet. And then like it's one of those, I guess for me it was a really bad film, but I just laughed so much. The guy I think it was like once I kind of tuned out the idea that this isn't Death Note. None of these characters are the actual characters. These are just people with the names. I'll go eat and come back. I'm not sure if I'll be streaming too much longer, but what's it called? I hopefully I'm able to make before I need to grab some food myself. But yeah, I feel like with the Death Note film, like I think it's just really corny shit. Like, and it's the funniest. Like L, like even though L is supposed to be a really calm dude, there's so many moments where he's just like, I'm gonna get you, L. I'm gonna get you, Light. You're flying too close to the sun, and I'm making sure you're burning. There was a really awful moment where, what's it called? Watari was killed just because he wrote down the name Watari and nothing else. The Death Note does not work that way. You don't just write the first name. Because if you write a name, if you just write Steve into the notebook, either nobody dies or every Steve in the planet dies. There is no way they could have just killed that guy by writing the word Watari in the notebook. It's the dumbest shit. And then like L goes on like a big vengeance like drive. He starts mowing through the bus stops. He's like, ah! It's like, this isn't L. L isn't going on these rampages. And like L isn't like, and Light isn't like this simpering kid that's just like, ah! Or like, what's it called? If you're gonna give me that, Ryuk, I'm gonna write your name in the notebook. I remember there's also a life note in the manga. Yeah, I feel like I'm not sure if if there was any kind of reference to it in the anime. Because I watched the anime through it. It was a pretty good time. But like, what's it called? I know there was like a million Death Note movies. There's at least like 2 or 3 that were in Japanese. I think those ones are supposed to be a lot better. And then the Western one's the one where it's really bad. I can't believe they end the movie on like an Air Supply song. So you just have this wonderful montage of like all this stuff happening. And you just hear this like 80s power ballad. It's really awful. Oh, it was a special where they had the life note? Because I know there was the one special that happened around the time, like, I think it was around the midsection, where, because I think the part where he screams at, like, the tombstone, and is like, I won! How do you like that? I think that was from, like, a special. Because I don't think that was the TV version. Got a few messages. Oh, it's everyone wanting to hang out for Youth Day. Hello, it's Fushimi. Would you like to go somewhere today? Sorry for the short notice. Hey, are you free? But yeah. It's been a while since I've tried out Death Note. I remember having really fond memories of it. I think that, I kind of liked the episodes where, like, Matsuda was just kind of running around. And, like, even though he was kind of just put upon and really just sort of, like, trying to, like, show off his worth, like, he had a really difficult time doing so in, like, a room full of people that are just like, Matsuda, you screwed up again! The life note was in the hands of a kid, and he killed his bullies just to reverse the debts, and, oh, just to reverse it with the life note. That's very interesting. Would like to look into that a bit. I'm not familiar with it. Let's see. Let's talk with everybody here. Did you read Platinum Ends? I hadn't, but I've seen like a lot of I've seen someone talk about the anime adaptation. I think people were saying that the anime was very messy for it, but maybe the manga might be a little bit on the nicer side, just because, you know, the differences between anime and manga, it usually ends up being one of those things where the anime is just there solely to make you want to read the manga, whereas like something where it's like, look, we're gonna adapt only so much, but you're gonna want to read that book.
Whether or not you believe in the cult is a personal decision. I would never believe in it myself. When I think about my friendship with Natsuki-chan, I have no reason to join a cult. The bonds of friendship. Though it may sound cliché, I believe the ability to forge bonds is the most beautiful thing about humanity. In the end, the most important people are the bonds formed between people. Or the most important things are the bonds formed. That's right. No matter how much power someone has, no one can survive that alone.
bonds can end in cults. Some of the richest bonds you can make are in cults. That's why people join them, so they can be around like-minded people who believe in the same thing, even if that same thing is very nutty. So I think they know about bonds a little bit. They know bonds a little too well.
About the cults, I wonder how many people truly believe it. It seems that much of the public is open to discussing the end of the world without truly understanding the consequences. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. I noticed something similar too. Like, some people are just gonna go along with it, saying things like, I joined a cult because my friend believes in it. I overheard some folks talking about it too the other day. They said that life is so boring, it wouldn't be so bad if a world ended. In other words, they think of the cult as nothing more than a trend. It helps people fill the emptiness they feel inside.
He's like, I would never join a cult, something a cultist would say. It's like, that's something I would say if I'm trying not to let people believe that I believe in a cult. Be like, I would never personally join one to be able to dodge suspicion that I'm totally like, what's it called? I bought something and I keep it in like my room to ward off the spirits because they told me to do it. How much did it cost? Probably 5 paychecks, but it's worth it for my salvation. But yeah, totally not. But it does go into an interesting thing where people are just like, oh yeah, all this stuff about cults and like stuff is kind of just the same thing that people have with like zombie things or like doomsday prepping, where people do it because it feels like an escape from it. Like the peeps in pyramid schemes, yeah. There's kind of a big tie between like pyramid schemes and doomsday like kind of cults, or at least doomsday beliefs, where it's like, I'm going to sell you this giant tub of macaroni and cheese, and like this thing is going to keep you fed in your bunker that you can use to like prevent either the zombies or the bombs from getting you. Like, even if you're gone, at least you'll be able to have a tub of, like, everlasting mac and cheese. Or you'll be able to buy this thing that will make sure that the zombies don't reach you. Cult is everywhere, all over the city, even in school. Everyone's talking about how the world's going to end as if it's a fact. Yeah, how can they give up so easily? And again, you can't really expect everyone to think like us. Yes, every human is different and will come to their own conclusions. But that is why I believe there are more people out there who will not give up either. The funniest thing is those people who built the bunkers were the same people who said the coronavirus wasn't real. Yeah, because it's that thing where it's like, how do you prep up for so much? Or how do you prep up for something that you're anticipating is happening? But when something, at least to some extent, is happening, like, you kind of just don't believe it. Like, how do you have, like, something that is supposed to fend you off from a virus that, like, shuts down, like, a lot of your worlds? Something where you have to lock down and have your resources and gear. But, like, you're mostly just anticipating the thing that'll happen. But by the time it does happen, you're just like, well, it's not going to be that thing. Because that's not the thing I was preparing for. I was preparing for, like, a nuclear fallout. Or, like, some kind of virus I can blame on somebody else. But, like, for something that's, like, genuinely, like, affecting people, that's going to, like, affect my daily comings in and out, like, that's something where I just want to get back to normality. But because of that, people just end up, like, kind of just making each other sick and getting each other, like, exposed to this stuff. Because it's like, you believe in everything else except for the thing that's happening. Or like, you believe in a lot of conspiracies about powerful people, but when powerful people actually come into power, like, you're like, well, those are my favorite people though. Like, those are my favorite billionaires, but like, the billionaires I don't like are the ones that are part of a big conspiracy. It's wild stuff. I know I got like an ad coming up, so I might use this as a break to go to the restroom. But it's very interesting to talk about just because, like a lot of our stories, whether it's from games or movies or anime, like it does reflect on like how people do interact with the world around us and how people end up kind of just taking a lot of this stuff. Like how a cult would form based off of the idea of a threat more than the reality of a threat, or trying to explain away a threat by trying to find some like mythological like kind of explanation for it that's a lot more fantastical than the truth, where the truth is a lot more boring, but it's also a lot more darker because it's more boring and because it's something that people are fine with. Like people being fine with billionaires, like just what's it called? Being able to like, I guess, have influence over government stuff. Sorry. A BRB. Back. Yeah. I know a lot of VTubers try to shy away from, like, I guess kind of political things, but I feel like deep down, like, a lot of our interactions with, like, fiction are going to reflect on kind of the beliefs we have in our regular system, in our real worlds. Like, you might have a different reaction to different things based off of, like, your interaction with the world around you. Like, if a game is talking about, like, I guess things about, like, a virus that's coming about, you would have a certain type of feeling about it based off of how you felt about viruses that end up emerging in the real world. Yeah, like, the people who believe that celebrities eat children, it's, like, something where it's, like, someone will be like, there's a hidden cabal of celebrities that do this stuff. But, like, a lot of this stuff they explain through these conspiracies are just, like, this guy has a lot of money and people will let you do anything if you have money. Like, I think a lot of this stuff with P. Diddy is like that, where so many people, like, there's like 3 documentaries I've seen on the front page of like sites where it's just about people going into like these grand conspiracies about his connections. But a lot of it's just like stuff where it's like, this is a wealthy guy who has a lot of money, and because people will allow anyone who has money to be able to get away with things, you could just throw a lot of money at somebody to shut them up, or use the money that you do have to be able to just get away with doing all of your awful shit. And then people will either ignore it or have no part of it because they only know you as that rich guy from award shows and not somebody who holds these kind of like wild parties. I've watched a lot of documentaries about him as well, because I think it's one of those things where it's hard to avoid, because you have like just kind of different celebrities that are connected with him, but some are just not. Like, some people have just met him at award shows, but they tie conspiracies to him based off of them hanging out with him in an award show, versus like things where people have submitted like actual evidence of them being involved with him in one way or another, or have talked about it at some point. Where I feel like the people that have come forward, or at least have been exposed in like different documents, would probably just be like, I think like Meek Mill and Usher are like the 2 that have like official, like, kind of, have officially come forward about it. Or at least Usher's talked about times where he had like invited him to things he shouldn't have been invited to. Or yeah, like with Epstein, like Epstein happens to know a lot of people through his connections with, I guess through a lot of his connections with people either in like either celebrities or people in like it was usually like tech, like trying to get to know people through tech. But like people will just speculate about who's on the flight log instead of like going through the people that have at least been 100% confirmed. Like I remember there was like a fake log over the years that people would publish. And it would be like Christopher Lambert was invited. I'm like, Christopher Lambert, the Highlander? At what point has this billionaire just been who like sex traffics kids is just like, you know what? I really like the Highlander, versus like knowing like that was it called, like different politicians or millionaires have been on that plane and have probably done awful shit. But like these are people where like they have the logs that had the actual names on it. Like we at least know that like Clinton, Trump, and like Bill Gates have at least been there in some capacity. I think Stephen Hawking might have been, but I feel like everyone else is just like, okay, this celebrity who is way too young to even know who Jeffrey Epstein is was on the flight log because like, what's it called? I don't like this celebrity. Or like this celebrity was barely anybody in like 1997, but for some reason he happened to be on this plane. I'm like, how would this guy know Epstein? He would only know like other rich people. Donald Trump even has a lot of pictures with him, but his quote was like, nah, Donnie's a good boy. That's also the thing where it's like people want to like act as if he had no connections, or like people within that specific like right-wing section are like, we want everyone who has been with Epstein, or we want to know who's been with Epstein. But because Trump's like one dude who's been very public about his friendship / falling out with Epstein, who's had an actual had talked about him and knows about his proclivities, like somehow it's like, oh, we just want to focus on the Clinton stuff because Clinton was a liberal. Or like, we want to focus on Bill Gates because Bill Gates is one. But like, I feel like anybody with that kind of influence, liberal or conservative, is going to be pretty terrible. And I think that a lot of what, at least from 2017 onwards, as a lot of celebrity culture has started to kind of wane out or die a bit. Because like, the era of People magazine and like Brangelina and such, like, that was like a bygone era. Like things where we just have dudes like Brad Pitt and Johnny Depp and like, what's it called, like heartthrobs just on every magazine is kind of just something that just isn't there, because people are just kind of just like disgusted with wealth, because wealth just kind of opens you up to a world of people that are probably pretty bad company. Or I'll be like, or it's something where you don't really look up to celebrities, because you could just have a celebrity that's like, I performed in a country that does pretty terrible things, but because their royalty paid a lot of money. Like, yeah, like no one wants to be destitute, because it's a lot easier to be broke than to be rich. But it's also something where I feel like there's a difference between a world that you can have, the world you could experience from like, I guess earning like maybe like 50,000 a year, versus a world that you can make with like 50 million a year. I think by the time you can make like $1 million in a day is probably the point in time where you have too many doors open up for you that you shouldn't be let into. Or like people will like show you things or tell you things that you probably don't want to be shown or told, but the people that make that kind of money would probably get to the point where that doesn't faze them at all, where they just have to be numb to it. Ah! It's too socially awkward as people anyway. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. welcome back. Sorry, I was getting a little bit of like a serious conversation. I guess it's one of those things where I do feel like, what's it called? I do feel like deeper conversations are kind of nice to have. I know it's something where you should never look up to like a streamer for like, I guess like any kind of like political advice or political like ideas or such, but I think just as a person, it's nice to just kind of like, I guess, talk about it or at least spitball about it in a way that's a little bit more like, I guess constructive. I guess in a way of being able to just kind of look at the bigger picture and see how a lot of this is kind of just stuff that mirrors like the things that we, or because of some like piece of fiction where we do enjoy something, it makes us think about the bigger picture of like what's going on in our current lives. Like all this dialogue about cults, and it's hard not to think about current events or and such. Or especially with Persona 5 or like with Metaphor, like these games are deeply deeply go into subjects like, I guess, corruption through money or like systemic racism. It's really fascinating to be able to engage it on a fictional end and see exactly, kind of get a finger on the pulse as to what the differences between the two would be, or like what exactly feels cathartic. Because I remember in Metaphor, like, there's those dialogue choices where, like, the main character's just really having a tough time being able to deal with the prejudice he faces, and I'm like, you know what? That feels very real. Or it feels like something refreshing to hear. Just a main character that, even though he has to kind of put up with a lot of it, it's really hard to put up with. Like, in the demo, like, I got to the dialogue choice where he's just like, it doesn't get any easier to hear this. Or like sitting on the bench and just being like, you know what? I really hate it here because of how people treat me. And it's like, you know what? That's real. Yeah, Junpei, eating your ramens. Who's the dumbest in charge of this cult? Here we are busting our asses and they'll pull this crap.
Excuse me.
You can't just blame the cults. Cults exist only because there are people willing to believe in it. Yeah, I guess that's just how the world works. But that just means it's up to us to do something about it. Sounds relatable. My coworkers always talk deep stuff about the most random stuff. Last Friday we were discussing why aliens wouldn't come to Earth, or if they would even reach out to us. Yeah, because that's something I feel like when it comes to alien stuff is kind of something that I guess kind of I understand to some extent, because we live in there's several galaxies. There's so many galaxies away. I feel like if there were aliens around, like, would they have the capabilities of even flying over? Because everyone kind of thinks of the universe as a much smaller thing. Like, that aliens would just be, like, able to just fly over at will, that their technology's so sophisticated that there'd just be flying saucers and, like, mass-scale invasions. But I feel like the universe is so massive, and if life has the capability of, like, existing beyond our galaxy, they must have similar problems to us in the sense of being able to even have the resources to explore around. Like, think about how old our universe has been, and how long it's taken just to be able to travel to the moon, or to be able to send, like, little sonars and, like, kind of satellites to be able to get further than just our own, like, galaxies. How are we able to find out other planets look the way they look, or have the moons they have? Like, these are very recent explorations, but it's also something where it would be difficult to imagine another society where they were so advanced that they would just be able to travel across galaxies like it's going to the grocery store. They would probably observe us and be like, hell nah. Because I guess that's also the thing where it's like, if an alien society was able to understand what humanity was going through, or what the planet was like, would it just be something where, like, they would even want to be near us? Is it something where they would see us as an easy planet to get, or is it something where they just see our struggles and are like, we can't really get many resources from this? Everything is so... It is... I think our world is very fragile because our constraints in time and space. It's inconvenient to travel between worlds, or we're banned from space travel. Yeah, because I think that's the thing where we're just like... I think the world is very small. Our resources pretty much depend on our place in the solar system. Like moon phases, like sun rotation. Like our rotation around the sun. Like these are just really interesting things where there's so many different factors that go into like how we're able to just kind of breathe or have water or resources. The things where like if we were on at least a little bit of a different axis, like we would either burn or freeze. And it's like to be able to imagine that on other planets makes it seem like they would also share our similar problems, having to scrape for resources, or to be able to just nurture our resources to such an extent that like it would take a lot more that we would need to preserve. Let's see. What's Ken up to?
Well,
There's so many things that I want to do in life. I don't want to die before I can become an adult. I plan to do everything I can to make sure that doesn't ever happen.
I just met an alien mentioned they have oil. Probably banned. Imagine they have oil. It's like... We'd also have to imagine if oil is a resource that aliens would use, or if they have a different resource. It'd be like... where it's like, we need oil for our stuff. Well, we need to, like, what's it called? Like, create, like, our main resource is, like, trying to create flame. Or, like, trying to create, like, some kind of, like, other material. Or ours is solar power. Ours is, like, wind power. We have unique rocks. And I'm not sure if the planet has these rocks. Just imagine an alien mentioned they have oil. The universe versus USA. I feel like a lot of our fears about like aliens and like interstellar invaders are mostly just through like those sort of Western insecurities of like what's it called? With a lot of the West like kind of I guess relationships with colonization, like what if we were on the other end with aliens? But it's also something that doesn't take into account like what kind of resources aliens would have, let alone if they could, if they could even travel across different galaxies, or if they have the resources to do it, let alone the permission to do it. But I feel like the same thing happens with a lot of like zombie films, where a lot of zombie films reflect on both our relationship with consumerism, but also our relationship with like just kind of like illnesses and such. How would people react to different contagions and such? Like, would we be able to gather together in some kind of like grand unity, or would it be something where there'd be a lot of division, and through that division like is a trickier time? Guess I should hang out with somebody. Let's hang out with Chihiro. I would rather do that than Kenji, because Kenji will just talk about his teacher crush.
Sorry to make you wait so long. Once I started reading, I sometimes have a difficult time stopping. This is the only place I could think of where we can relax without having to spend so much money. Now that I think about it, maybe this place wasn't such a good idea. There's not so much point in meeting up if we're both just gonna read on our own, huh? Right, it's pretty pointless. I think it's fun. We'll do better next time. Let's see, I think we'll do better next time. We'll find somewhere different. Alright, next time. So, you wanna meet like this again? Oh, sorry. I'm being kind of presumptuous, aren't I? Oh, there's a little blush. Jiro's excited. I feel we got closer.
Come on, it's always the same kind of plot with the scientists being like, let's develop a virus for war. What could go wrong? Like Resident Evil's whole thing, or like 28 Days Later whole thing was always like, all right, let's make this virus, but like, let's use it for like maybe like military reasons. But like, it always ends up bursting out and going into the general populace. So it ends up kind of creating this interesting commentary on like, what's it called? This sort of dynamic where like weapons of war, or like, what's it called? Like bioweapons are something that can only harm more than just the people that you're trying to target. And that creating such bioweapons are a lot more abrasive or terrible. Which movie was it where they just decided to let people back into the quarantined area? I'm not sure if it's a 28 Days Later, if it's one of the... Or if it is like a zombie movie, like Day of the Dead, or... Would it be okay if I walked you back to the dorm? Part of the way? Yeah, I think it was like 28 Days Later and 28 Weeks Later, because that's the one that's very distinctively British. Where when it comes to like the sort of like Contagion or zombie movies, like there's ones that are very American, and then there's like 28 Days Later, which is like, yes, everyone's talking in an accent. Everyone is very much an established actor in Britain or Ireland. I think Cillian Murphy was there. Brendan Gleeson was there. He's like, "Go down after me." Brendan Gleeson is is wonderful.
Today's the coming of age day. I don't want my life to end before I become an adult. But I'd like to go to Tartarus tonight. I can't just stand back and watch the world end.
I remember watching it being like, no wonder why everyone's dying. They're all stupid. Yeah, I feel like part of the fun of watching a horror film is seeing everybody make the mistakes and be like, do that. No, you're not supposed to do that. It's like, no, don't go into that room. Or like, no, like, don't just hang out with people if, like, what's it called? You know, one person got bitten, or one person might potentially awaken, like, the what's it called? Into the zombiness. Let's see. I think I might head out soon, but my choices for my last night before I head out, it's either Koromaru, watching TV with him, or getting some tea with Mitsuru. That's a bit of a toughie. Maybe I'm gonna get the tea with Mitsuru so I can get some extra tea to go. In that regard, the coronavirus and zombie virus is similar in a way that people are hiding whether or not. Yeah, it was so crazy how that ended up becoming the thing that I had to experience in 2020. Where I'm like, wait a second. Like, this is exactly the litmus test of how you would know, like, what's it called? Who would be the kind of person in the movie who would just, like, hide the bite and be like, oh, I'm doing good. And it's like, oh no, like, I remember, like, those times where, like, people would have parties and there would just be one dude, or there would just be one person who would end up, like, every time someone would cough would be like, sometimes they would be perfectly healthy, but if they coughed, you would just be like, like, I feel like I didn't catch it until like 2022 when I had an appointment with somebody who happened to have it. And like, that was a pretty rough experience, but I guess the good thing is that I was able to avoid it for some time, or at least be more careful. I think being careful around others, or being mindful, was kind of the important thing to take away from it. And that, like, if you have to be able to rearrange your schedule to be able to make sure that people are safer, like, it would be important to do so, or Like, you don't see the people around you sick, so of course you wouldn't want to expose them to something where we don't have a feasible, like, I guess, way of treating it beyond just I guess staying as far as possible. I'm thinking of taking a break from everything. A cup of tea would be nice. Would you like to join me? According to government, children aren't humans until they reach a specific age. Yeah, I feel like a lot of... It's like, this is something where, like, what's it called? Like, a lot of these kids are our future. Like, a lot of these kids, like, have to learn about the world around us. But because, like, our government's really not interested in being able to cultivate that, and, like, most of it is just kind of hyper-focused on making sure there's a lot more of, like, that brain drain so that our students don't know about our communities around us or the history behind our communities. Things like, what's it called? Like, our history's relationship, or our country's relationship with people of other races or ethnicities or sexualities, like, are things that people just want to, like, hide away so that people aren't aware.
Well, what?
But because of this, it means that they're not, like, really ready for the world. So then when they do interact with other people around them, they're a lot more confused about things that they would have otherwise been caught up to. Like, it's kind of awful that I've learned a lot about, like, I guess US history through college more than anywhere else, just because there's only so much that they can put into the high school curriculum, and they kind of just want to go through the greatest hits without elaborating on some of the stuff that, like, some of the stuff that's still very much a part of our history, but it's just a lot more inconvenient for the powers that be for us to kind of have that information. Because it's that thing where it's like, if, like, they're capable of neglecting any particular community, they're able to neglect any community. If they can neglect the safety of, like, what's it called? Or they can neglect, like, I guess, like, the safety or well-being of a kid going to school, then, like, any kid could be in danger when it came to, like, what's it called? Any violence, or they won't be ready to be able, or well-equipped to be able to handle the people in their life that are very much not having their best interests in mind. If we have any leftovers, they're all yours. What do you say? I'd love to, madame.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I'll start the preparation.
Why don't we try adding some spice today?
Alright, ooh, spice and tea, nice.
Go ahead and blend it however you like.
Always like a nice cardamom tea. What's it called? As a streamer, I'm an alien, but as a person, I'm Arab, so I know a lot about, like, cardamom tea. Of Himeko from Honkai Star Rail. Is that who I think it is? Oh yeah. I wonder if that's the same actress. Because I know that, what's it called? The red-haired mommy vibes. No, Allegra Clark is the new voice of Mitsuru. That is somebody named Sia Court. Oh, someone said Star Rail. Yeah, Honkai Star Rail. I haven't played it in a while. I remember playing it, like, around the beginning, but I have kind of fell off from it. What was it called? I gathered so many people beforehand. Like, I got, like, Argenti, and I got, like, I forget who the other, like, kind of mommy character is. I know her name. I'm such an ass. Kafka. I got one Kafka. I've got Kafka and I've got an Argenti, and that was, like, my main accomplishment. If I do download it again eventually, which I probably might because I have a crippling addiction to gacha on my own time. Like, what's it called? It might just be something where I end up having to play it a little bit and having to re-level up those
I always
characters.
find this to be so relaxing. I suppose you could call it a moment.
Like, I know I still play Genshin on my off time because I got like a lot of characters I like Venti and Scaramouche. I also have Mona and Raiden, but I feel like Venti and Scaramouche are always the two where I'm like, I need to have them on my team. I love Skara. Don't follow me. Quit following me. What? You want to use my hat as an umbrella? What would you make you think of such a stupid idea? He's such a fun, edgy guy.
If you're in the mood for more tea, I'd be happy to treat you.
Insignificant insects. I haven't played Genshin since Fontaine. I'm waiting for the next Fontaine banner because I really want to pull Linny, but I'm like also like not 100% sure when the rotation is because I know they just got to the new like kind of land. But I'm still stuck in what's it called? Leeway. I'm still doing missions from the Leeway section. So I'm super late. I'm super way far behind. Nuvi was the best waterboarding, everyone. I love how Mona is like kind of my waterboarding choice just because what's it called? She has that little thing that like Seko from JoJo has where she just like goes underground when you dash. I love that. Yeah, I feel like probably so far Leeway is kind of my favorite. Like Mondstadt's been kind of nice as like a little hub space. I'd like to explore a little more of Sumeru because it's like, what's it called? Kind of like a little more inspired by like Arabic surroundings, and I'm like, okay, what can I make that's here? What's something that I can relate to here? I remember being so excited when I went to like the little like kind of like food stalls in like some of the Sumeru places, and I saw like fete, and I was like, I make fete. My family makes fete. I can hear people talking.
Hey!
By the way, I wanted to show you this magazine that hits the stands today.
What?
Which one? Don't tell me it's an article about cults. Everyone's saying the end is near lately. What's up with that?
Hold up.
Just read it. You'll see how true it really is. The first bell has rung. But yeah. Oh, I actually like Miss Oishi a lot. I'm like, what's it called? I forget, like, I'm like, oh yeah, sometimes there's just a rotation of teachers that, like, are just kind of okay, and then there's the one teacher I'm super attracted to, and this is the one. I'm from Germany, so I see a lot of familiar things in Mondstadt, but the way they pronounce the German words is comical. I would imagine it's pretty rough. But yeah, I think, but yeah, I think a lot of the infrastructure is really nice to see because it's like kind of within that sort of historical German inspiration. But I know, what's it called? The characters are very fascinating. I think it's like the character names that usually have like the very German, like specific names. Mondstadt. That would probably be a little more accurate. By the way they pronounce German words is comical. Yeah, I guess me saying Mondstadt is like very much like butchering it. But I guess it's kind of like the awful thing where like Americans will say Stein, but like Germans will say Stein. I feel like I tried to learn a little bit of German in high school, but like I think I've been meaning to learn a little bit of it because my roommate's like best friend currently lives in Germany. Like she was from America too, but like she ended up moving to Germany with I guess her boyfriend or spouse. I'm not sure where. I would have to ask.
My boyfriend's moving to fucking Austria. I guess it's somewhat close. Is it more rural? I think it's more urban. I'm not sure if it might be Berlin. Let me try to look on this map. It wouldn't be Nuremberg or Munich. It wouldn't be... it wouldn't be Dusseldorf. I think it would either be I think it would either be Frankfurt or Berlin. But what's it called? My roommate would know a little bit more because she's always talking with her sometimes, and they're like sharing stuff about anime as like pen pals. Berlin is more for techno lovers. I feel like at least that sounds like a fun nightlife kind of thing if like you have a lot more rave clubs and like techno clubs. I know Austria is fairly close to Germany, but it also seems like it's a little ways to go. I wonder what the difference in culture is, because I feel like with Germany there might be a lot more places that are a lot more built up, but there might be a lot more like kind of like preserved historical things in Austria. I'm not sure, like if it's a little more old-fashioned or because I know there's like I'm not sure if there's like parts of America that are like preserved in history as much. That's usually just like the little historical cities, but it seems like there's like a very chill vibe. It seems a little more quiet. I think Belgium also kind of has that sort of notoriety, which is, thank you so much for drawing me. That's so awesome. I always appreciate extra art, or I always appreciate the art I get. I always try to commission as much as I can. What color hair should I make instead of yours? What hair color should you make? I guess it's kind of like a grape, or like a little bit of a neon, a little bit. Then I'd shine as bright as the sun. Ooh, it's cold. I wish I could get my sun plated. I'd shine as much. I got broke from buying too much fan art of my character. Yeah, I feel like there's been a point in time where I'm just like, yeah, like I'm like trying to. That's always the first step when it comes to like building a streaming character. It's always like, I love this character and I want to make as much art of them as possible. Like, I think at some point, like, I was, like, making at least probably, let's see, if I have my reaction stuff, I created my first pick crew in May of 2022, commissioned my first art piece in June of that year, commissioned the PNG in July of 2022, but didn't stream until February of 2023. So I had at least like 6 months of nothing but this one PNG and at least like maybe 5 or 6 different pieces of art, including pinups. It's like I have some stuff that's really cute and then stuff that's really lewd. Because I'm like, I want to see Rachna both as like a cute character, but a little bit on the lewd side too. But currently I have 19 commissions. I feel like I need to commission more art of Rachna. Or at least I need to be able to find like an art style where I can like add a little extra promo. Because the last person I commissioned, I think, was Marcy, who did like what's it called? Artwork for May.mkv. Like she's like a streamer I really love to watch. So seeing like the art that her, I guess, kind of artist does was like, I want that. So whenever you see the art, I think of me wearing Elizabeth's outfit. Like that one is, I guess, the latest one from her. I got my model within 2 months and now I have a VTuber and PNG. Nice! That's a pretty good start. I think that, what's it called? I had my PNG at least ready to go by like May, I guess by that summer. And then like I think by last fall, like last November, I got my like actual moving model. But it's been really nice. I first streamed with Pokemon Scarlet. I'm still playing Pokemon Scarlet. But yeah, I feel like when you kind of have to get the swing of things. I think once you see the tutorials on what's it called? Once you see the tutorials on like working with OBS and Twitch, it's something where you slowly have to kind of chip away and learn at it. But once you're able to kind of connect things over and get those sort of like, I guess sort of tutorials or guides up, it's something where it gets a little bit easier to test it out or to be able to get assets. Like channels, tried OBS is... Yeah, OBS is really finicky. I really don't like OBS, but it's also something where you kind of have to use OBS, where it's like, oh, this is probably the most intuitive it's going to get as far as me learning a system. Because Streamlabs was pretty difficult. I actually found your channel because I looked into overlay commissions and found you here. Yeah, the person who made this overlay, like, they were really fun to commission. They were a really good commission. Like, I just had like the main inspiration being like the sort of like early 2000s like kind of Puyo Puyo kind of like aesthetic, and like, what's it called? They were so quick on the turnaround, but I also felt a little pressure because it'd be that thing where it's like, my thing is ready, and if I didn't answer within like maybe like 5 hours, they'd give me this really funny GIF of like the anime boy from To the Eternity, just giving the most like the saddest kind of like I'd be like, oh no, I need to respond to you quickly. But they were pretty wonderful. I got an overlay, but I hate it, so I didn't start. I guess it's trying to be able to find like the different like aesthetic like reference points and trying to see from there how it goes. Part of me thinks I made a bit of a mistake by having these little like bubbles on the side not be like transparent, but I feel like it's been working at least somewhat, so I haven't felt too much pressure. Now look at the tutorials every day, but it doesn't register. It has to be like maybe like gradual things. Like I would gradually learn about things. Like one day I would learn about how to like connect my microphone to this and what settings it has to be in. And then another day I would have to learn about like what the different scenes are on the different tabs based off of like your different change-ups. And then some of it would be trying to animate stuff on like Canva. Like I animated my like intermission screen on like Canva because I couldn't afford anything else. Yeah, I have a commission for my VTuber's room while it was something else. I was working on new overlays. Because, like, this is what my main overlay looks like for my, what's it called? My going soon screen. But back when I had the PNG, hold on. Where is it? I know I have this screen up. It's this one. I had this one because my main motif was, like, being inside of a cafe. Because I guess my character's main thing is that I'm an alien from beyond the stars, but I daylight as a cafe, I guess, kind of barista, and then like I moonlight as like a radio DJ. But I kind of tinker around with the two depending on how I feel. But the alien stuff is a little more important than the profession, so I'm just like, well, they can both be a part of Rachna's character, I suppose. Yeah, I would love to do a coffee stream. That would be a lot of fun. Or do a just chatting where I just talk about like making coffee or making tea. I love coffee and tea. You know what I mean by plating, right? It's when objects are covered by a thin metallic layer. Tin plating is done by plating iron from tin. For corrugated galvanized iron, you plate iron with zinc. Gold medals, by the way, are created by plating zinc with gold. My character's from a parallel universe and needs some work. Learn about IT now to get back. Because Because I feel like that's a very fun motif once you start to kind of incorporate like little things about the character that aren't just what your character is. Where I'm like, the alien stuff is pretty simple because it's just like, oh yeah, now I'm a creature. But then it's like, okay, coming up with a little story and like sort of building on it over time and being like, with these motifs, like, what can I play around with? I decided that, Laura, since I just started training in that regard, since I could stream my homework. Oh no. I think you're pretty bright if you're getting into IT. I think that IT is something that I have to kind of, it gets really difficult to learn, but it's definitely like a talent, or it's definitely like something that you have to kind of grind for. My major was in like communications and rhetoric, so I was doing a lot of like learning about media and media analysis, or learning about like film, or learning about like audio-visual kind of stuff. So a lot of it was just mostly kind of heavy within sociology. But I use a lot of that mostly within marketing as like a profession. But I think that with my current job, a lot of it's pretty heavy in IT because a lot of it's kind of like working out like the kinks of like tech stuff or like software. But since I'm already like tech savvy and I do work a lot with software, or at least I work enough with software that I know like how to work OBS. Or like work with HTML a little bit, like basic in a basic sense. Like it's not too bad of a transition. I'm only 4 months in, don't get anything. I just have to work at the service desk for now, so I'm just faking it till I make. That's kind of the best thing you gotta do at work, because I feel like with me, I'm like, I'm not sure if I could solve a lot of people's problems, so I either have to ask for help often, or like redirect it to like the actual devs that have a background in programming. But usually if it's something I can work with, I feel like a mad genius. I'm like, ooh, this is just involves turning the button on and off again. I know how that works. So technically, Olympic athletes don't win gold medals. See that, Kamoshida? Kind of a bummer, right? I'm feeling eepy. Should I close my eyes? Let's stay awake. I want to learn about medals.
That's why.
The night sky is awfully beautiful these days, thanks to the air being so clear. The stars produce light via nuclear fusion, and the planets reflect that light back out into the universe. Of course, neither celestial body is superior to the other. They both have their purposes. Life is the same way, though it might be hard for you kids to understand that now. By the way, have you heard the news going around? The media makes it sound supernatural in origin, but don't listen to that. These sorts of wild rumors spread every now and then, and like a drop of dye on a specimen, it'll all die out soon enough. Force myself to stay awake, and I got a stat boost in something.
I think it's charm, which is strange because you get you get a question right and you think, oh, I got the question right, so that means I've gotten smarter, and it's like, no, that just means everyone looks at you and you become more charming.
Initiating correspondence. I have been refraining from engaging. Oh, thank you. I have been refraining from engaging in private correspondence, but I have recently attained permission to do so from Mitsuru-san. I plan to make use of this responsibility with some regularity. Would you like to walk home together with me? Of course. Any opportunity with Aegis is a good opportunity.
Oh, hello there.
The weather is lovely today. If you don't mind, I would like to walk home with you again.
I feel like I'll grow closer with Aegis soon.
Thank you very much.
Before we leave, could we take a slight detour? I want to go to the roof.
Yeah, I might have to grab some lunch
I
soon.
like this place. I can see the entire town.
I'm feeling
from here.
hungry. I think I got some shrimp in the
Moonlight
fridge.
Bridge is to the right, and over there is Polonia Mall. Oh, and did you know you can also see our dorm from here?
Yeah, it is a very romantic spot. I think that just like that sort of like hue, it's always nice. I live in kind of like a pretty decent place where I'm able to kind of see the sunset a lot more often. So it's really nice, like, or like the sunrise. So it's really wonderful when you just see the sky bathed in like a color. Like being bathed in like this sort of like pink hue. Or like being bathed in like an orange. Or like a purple. Or a pink. It feels like a daydream.
Back in Yakushima, where I'd been sleeping, the ocean waters were much clearer than they are here. But I prefer the
It's
view
like,
here.
look, this Port Island water is very poopy. It's like, it's pretty putrid water around here because of the ships. But like, everything above the water is pretty nice. So poetic, yeah. I barely ever see the skies. I've always had the blinds pulled shut. I feel that sometimes. I feel like usually I'm a very private person, so even though I'm very talkative, like I'm also very shy. So like I'm usually like, if I can like keep some of the blinds closed, I will. It's just usually like, I guess probably sometimes I crave sunlight. Or like sometimes I know I need to water Amana's plants. So that's gonna be something I have to do after I eat. But
Before I came here, I didn't even think about whether I liked the scenery.
I think
or not.
if I didn't have like plants indoors, I would probably keep like my bedroom like one shut like all of the time, so it's really nice and dark.
What about you? Do you like it here?
I like it. Not really. I don't care. I think I like it here. I like the hue. I get really I guess what's it called? I get really sentimental and romantic about like the about like the weather and such. My roommate has a jungle in her room. Sometimes I feel like the bedroom is always really tidy, but the living room is a mess. I feel like the living room is a jungle. It's something where like the couch has like too many blankets, too many plushies, too many pillows. Sometimes we eat there, so it gets a little messy, so I have to like sweep up every so often or like pick up around there. Cause like my roommate Amana gets really super busy, so it's really hard for her to kind of pick up around. So I'm usually helping kind of pitch in a lot more. But sometimes it gets a little messy. Or if it gets too messy, I'll be like, okay, I need to tidy up for real this time.
I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah. My office, we have a lot of plants, so we each get assigned the role of a hydration officer every so often. They need to water the plants and get beer for their colleagues. Be like, we both need a little, like, drinkage in me. Like, the plants need a little something to drink. I need a little something to drink. Man, during the Thanksgiving festivities, like, I kind of, usually to wind down, I usually end up taking, like, a little, like, Delta 9. So that's like something that's like more herbal, but like it's always nice when I can like get like a little time to have like a little drink. Like, what's it called? With Thanksgiving, I had like a beer for the first time in a while, and I had like quite a bit of wine. Like, I'm usually a bit more of a beer person, but I feel like I got a little into the wine. I was like, man, there's like a Sauvignon Blanc that like is from like New Zealand I had that like it tastes like passion fruit. I'm like, damn, this is nice. I could get into this wine mom thing.
Feeling the same way? Watching the same scenery?
I can't handle alcohol at all. I feel like sometimes it's a little difficult. I think that I'm very much a lightweight, so it's one of those things where if I do drink, I would rather drink like at home. Like, cause I feel like at a bar, I feel so miserable. It'll be something where I feel like I would go there maybe to get tipsy, but then at some point, like, you just stop feeling anything. So like, you'll drink something, you feel like the drinks do nothing because you're just like numb. And you're like, wait a second, I didn't feel the same way I felt like a half hour ago. But usually if you're winding down for the night, like having like a beer or a glass of wine is just something that helps kind of cut the edge off. But it's also something where if I'm around other people and we're not drinking, I would rather just go with the water. See, oh, hi, Lord Samael Zero. How's it going? It's been some time. Always drink warm milk and honey at bars. That's interesting. I feel like it's probably a little bit more difficult. I guess in the States, it's a little more difficult to get that. But usually, I think our version of that would be getting either like some ginger ale or like cranberry juice. I guess usually ginger ale is kind of like a nice thing I would get at a bar if I was kind of just staying dry. There was one time I got root beer, but like the Abita root beer, like that was a really nice one to have kind of down. But I smell like a fool when I drink. I feel like it's one of those things where it's a little bit of like, it's bad to say that there's any kind of productive things that can come from drinking, because sometimes people have a very rough reaction to drinking, and drinking is bad for a lot of people. But I think for me, at least having one makes me have a little easier time conversing with others. So it's one of those things where I'll just have like a casual, like just one drink and then just be like, yeah, I can tell you everything about myself. Or like, I'm feeling really lovey-dovey at the moment. It's like, I want to talk to you, but you're also like one of the most important people I've ever met, and your friendship or family bond is so meaningful to me, I can't even. Just get really emotional. There was a time I heard like a song like in like some, I think it was like an outdoor mall, after having like a mojito. And I just started sobbing because it was a nostalgic song. I'm like, damn. That's how you respond to this? I just stopped being anxious when I'm drunk. I think it was something where I used to get really anxious when I'm drunk because I have like really bad anxiety issues. So I have to take some medication for my panic. But I think it's one of those things where it gets bad when I'm on the edibles. On edibles, I have really bad panic fits. But like, I feel like with drinking recently, it's gotten like a little bit better. What is anxious? It's like anxiety or like panic disorders. Because a lot of mine comes out from driving or from like being in a car. Like I get like a lot of driving anxiety and panic attacks on the road. So I ended up being on Buspirone, because Buspirone is one of those ones where it's kind of a little bit weaker. But even though it could work a little better, it's also the only kind of anxiety medication you can take while operating a vehicle. So that's one of those things where, like, I've been taking it and it's been a lot easier being a passenger on the road for that. Or the things that used to scare me a lot kind of feel a lot less rough. But sometimes my mentality kind of gets me back there and it really sucks. I tried beer once. I burst into tears because I remember that my snail tied 12 years. Oh. I'm really sorry. I think that, what's it called? I think that sometimes I get really like lucky when I drink and I get really happy, but sometimes like at my worst, I'll either be really panicked or really depressed. Like I feel like sometimes it'll be like, I'll have a drink and it gets to the point where I'm just like, I'm just thinking of just like feeling numb and down. But then other times when it's like a sociable situation, or if I'm just like, it's just me, like a drink and some games, I'm like, yeah, this is going to make like gaming a little bit more fun.
It's nice. I began to feel emotions towards various things that I hadn't felt before. It's a little scary sometimes.
I pay for being around people, talking with others, being on the phone. Oh yeah, like social situations. That's pretty rough. Because I guess, what's it called? I guess to open up, I have a bit of a... I guess I'm a little more high functioning, so it's something where I've always kind of... My big disability is just like through social situations. I have a hard time looking people in the eyes or talking with people. I get a little anxious about being on the phone or going through social things, but it's usually like when I'm in the situation, like it's all right. Like from a very early age, I think in elementary school, I was diagnosed with, it's called something different nowadays. I think it used to be called Asperger's, but now it's called, I think, high functioning autism, where I didn't really have any learning disabilities, but it was mostly just through like social contact or social interaction, where I would always feel guilty because it would be something where I'd be in these kind of like social groups that involve me like kind of just hanging out with other people or hanging out with like people that would be like-minded. But a lot of people have it a lot worse than me. So it'll be something where somebody will have a lot more of an affection with, or be more highly affected by either autism or by like a major disorder that would make them a lot more harder to control. So I've always felt that little level of guilt when it came to like sort of my disorder, but I do think it does kind of play into the sort of anxiety that I do get from like panic and such. Just having to kind of get to a point where I have to talk with people, or I have to be in a situation where I have to like relay information. I have to go to this like clinic and be able to get this medication for my cat, or I have to go and like talk with people to get my own medication, or like talk about what I'm going through with the doctors or with a therapist. But like being able to come up with that information, or being able to talk with people in my own family, like that can be really difficult sometimes. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to seal. I feel like sometimes the Pokemon, the community game, will leave even when I try to catch them. There's like a probability to it. I hate that. Everyone should be able to catch the Pokemon you Poke-catch. Damn it. Yeah, I feel like sometimes I need to kind of write myself a script when I need to like do something, whether it's like an interview or like I'm like, okay, I have to order like my cat's like asthma medication on the phone, but I gotta like figure out how to like exactly how to relay this information without stumbling into myself. My name's Lord Samuel. Call me Ame or Sam. Alrighty. I'll have to keep that in mind. Hello, Sam. Sam, how's it going? Hello, Ame. Yeah, and feel free to badger me if I end up like misremembering, if I'm like, what's it called? Say the long name, be like, it's supposed to be this. I'm like, oh, yes. I feel like it's more important to like be corrected on something and be able to adjust accordingly than what's it called? And to learn from it than like being stubborn and being like, I'm just gonna read the whole thing all along. Like I like being able to find out like, oh, I was Ame Death. Someone said change my name. Oh, I remember Ame's Death. Oh, that was you. I remember. Well, it's nice to see you back.
Then I want to cherish these feelings.
I like vaguely remember Lord Samuel, and I'm like, oh wait, I remember Ame's Death. I remember all those times where I'd be like, oh, Ame's Death, how's it going? I think it would be on Persona streams.
Oh, I'm sorry to have gone on for so long. It's still January, so the winds can get quite chilly up here. It would be awful if you caught a cold.
It was a cold day. It is January, yes. So it would be pretty freezy. It's starting to get cold down here. Having a bad cold snap. Remember this text emo? Oh yeah. What's it called? I always loved like the sort of like emoticons that you would be able to get from like, I know on my phone, like it's like I have the Japanese keyboard on like the global ones. I have English emoji, French, and then like 2 versions of Japanese. But like when I do like the Japanese one, they have like the separate menu for like emotes. And I'm like, I love using those emotes. on the main Japanese keyboard.
We're all going to Hagakure. Wanna come?
Oh, ramen date. See? Yeah, sure. See, now we have a reason to celebrate ramen. We have to have a ramen date before I get really super hungry.
Sonata-san's buying today. You remember that bet we made in Yakushima?
I think it's with everybody. I think, what's it called? We're getting ramen with the whole team. Yeah, Japanese keyboard is so awesome and based. I love the Japanese keyboard. I always get really expressive with it when I'm like talking with other people and I need to like just have a variety of emotions.
You probably forgot all about
Because they give you a little bit more to go off of than like your standard emoji bank.
Well, you won in the end, even if it was Ike's.
They seem to capture a lot more emotions
But whatever, Sonata-san's still
through like the
alive,
more
right?
text-based
Even if it
ones.
took me like 6 months to make him admit it. Come on, everyone else already left. We got a jet.
Alright, got a jet and get some ramen. There we go, everyone. Whole crowd's here. And I'm sandwiched between two of the greatest, Akiko and Aegis, my two favorite A people. Everyone's good with the special. The special is what everybody gets, which I think is like maybe like a double pork ramen, based off of my memory. Sounds good with me. I'm not gonna be a buzzkill and go with the other choices.
Okay, 5 specials, please.
Man, this is awesome. Sonata-san's never treated us all to ramen before.
So can he afford the ramen? I know Mitsuru can. She's like worth more than gold, but Akihiko, like, are you able to spot us?
I'll accept that I lost. But why do I have to treat all of you?
I have to remember, what was the last thing? It was Sonata's son's buying, the bet we made. Well, you won in the end, even if it was Aegis. Oh, it was what's it called? I guess the Operation Babe Watch thing, where it was like, I can be able to I can be able to romance somebody if I want to on this beach trip. What's it called? I think Junpei was into somebody who was already in a relationship, while like Akihiko was into somebody who was part of like another doomsday cult, or I think it was a what's it called, a flat earth cult. But what's it called? I guess I ended up getting close with Aegis.
You're still going on about that? Come on, Sonata-san, a bet's a bet. You gotta pay up.
Man, Junpei, you remembered that over the summer.
All right, all right. I never said I wouldn't. What's wrong, I guess? You doubting me too?
No. But
Oh, I guess you get to hear more of Akihiko's voice. 'Cause what's it called? You have this kind of just sort of, it's a bit of a gruff one.
All right, all right. I never said I wouldn't.
have you seen the magazine on the counter? The headline caught my attention.
It's a nice kind of like really deep gruff voice for this character. I know he kind of had a little bit of a lighter voice, a bit more of like a everything's according to plan in like the original one. But here it's like a little bit on the deeper side. It goes really nicely with him. He comes off as a very sociable dude, like in spite of his like serious training regimen.
What magazine? This one. Emergence of a Messiah.
Man, we're still reading about cult stuff even when we're eating ramen.
Oh, it must be about that doomsday cult.
I just want to see if they animate the actual bulls this time. Oh.
Hey, look at this photo. Check out their.
Oh no, it's what's it called? The balls. It's probably Takaya. I bet it's Takaya. He's the one that would come up with a cult out of nowhere.
What the? Is that?
I thought something was up.
Strago's behind the cult.
Strega, after all.
The dude just like, yes, the apocalypse is coming. And it's like, of course this dude, he's been going on about building a doomsday cult around Tartarus. He loves Tartarus and wishes it was always around because it was going to be the meaning of the end, and it means they get to keep the persona powers.
I just lost my appetite.
Listen, I have a separate stomach for ramen.
Mankind is currently
What is
imprisoned for the
X-Files?
sins of hate and anger.
Oh, the X-Files is the theme song to the American TV show X-Files. It is a alien, it's kind of an alien investigation show where these two people with like a lot of like romantic tension, special agents Mulder and Scully, week in and week out. Ah, someone's out to get me. Mulder and Scully, don't get me. MIB, Men in Black, don't get me. I know it seems very suspect, but I swear. I do have the X-Files theme as like it doubles as kind of like a, what's it called, an alien eye toggle, because I tinker around with it. But what's it called? Week in and week out, they usually investigate something that could either be aliens or not aliens, but usually it's aliens. And like one is a skeptic and one is like somebody who wants aliens to exist. Like I think the guy really wants aliens to be there and thinks aliens did everything. But like the lady's like, look, it can't be aliens. Not this time. And then it's usually just some kind of like supernatural alienish thing.
But soon, a savior will descend upon this world to break the chains that bind us and lift us to new heights. This great being is known as Nyx.
Man, how did he learn about
Held her
Nyx?
glory, and she has blessed me with power beyond belief.
I get how we know about Nyx because we actually had contact with Nyx. But I don't think Takaya has that kind of connection.
When Nyx arrives, there will be no more pain, no more suffering. Humanity shall be freed.
How the hell does he know about Nyx?
That's what I was asking Junpei. Of like, how did he learn? Did Ryoji learn?
He's saying that Nyx will save the world? But that's a lie.
I don't think that even matters. This is all just a...
I mean, I guess, save the world by destroying it.
That bastard.
But there are those who do not understand the truth, even though they have also been granted her blessing.
Oh no, they're like, everybody, if you see a guy with a mop top who always puts his hand in his pockets, kick his ass for me, okay?
They have acquired the same power as I, yet they abuse it for their
I also happen to have a picture attached, and it has all of the people that you are going to want to beat up.
These miscreants are the ones to blame for the recent tragedies that have been plaguing the streets.
No, they put, what's it called? I forgot that like Takaya was like, hey bros, not only do I believe in this cult and you should too, but these are the guys that you want to...
Is he talking about us?
Is this fucking play about us? Let's see, that's too loud. We can't let them know that we're the ones that like the cult really hates. That they built this cult around hating us. I'm sorry.
Right. Sorry.
Somehow I think this cult is less about like the end of the world being awesome and more about really hating C's. Be like, I also have a picture of the receipts. I have a picture of where they live and an actual address. If you want to send them hate mail or throw toilet paper at their establishment, please do so. It would be wonderful for the cult.
And what do they mean by the charismatic one?
The charismatic one. Let's see. What was that about? Oh, I don't see anything about the charismatic one. These miscreants.
Why is he suddenly a celebrity?
Well, apparently Jin was already pretty well known on the internet.
Oh, Jin? Oh man, what is Jin known for?
He's probably good at influencing public perception.
Damn, Jin's a influencer. Oh, nice. Hopefully some, what's it called? Blossom is available. But like Jin already used his like internet fame to be able to get people to believe in the cult. And then Takaya is just the one that gets to like rattle off crazy shit.
Yeah, I bet he orchestrated Takaya's rise to fame by building his brand like a celeb. Those two make me sick.
Brothers and sisters, I shall go.
Jin, please handle my Facebook page. It is in need of a dire update. Yes, anything. After all, it means a lot that I'm able to help you out. You saved my life and I owe you everything. You're so beautiful. Please. I get enough love from the universe.
But do not fear those evil
Please catch the Pokemon this time. Pokemon community game. Don't be a dick. Do not fear those evildoers. Alright! You got it! Do not fear those evildoers who desecrate their gifts. Nick shall do it. Okay, awesome. Please treat C's like the poop museum. Look, but do not touch, for Nyx will touch, as much as Nyx shall.
May your hearts be filled with peace as you await your salvation. Blessed are those who take joy in the coming of Nyx. The revolution is upon us, my brethren.
Revolution? People can't seriously be buying this crap, can they?
Perhaps
I mean, a lot of people at school seem to believe in it, though.
Is the only way to change this nebulous future.
Perhaps the power of somebody who's very incredibly charming and very attractive and has long hair and has a little bit of a beard and a soul patch and always carries a gun shall be the one that you always follow. Perhaps I might be looking in a mirror, but that kind of fits the bill for myself.
That's the end.
Man, what a dick. Takaya.
Strega disappeared again after
Last 17. Oh. Sorry, the Pokemon game's been really pretty shitty as far as luck and as far as this goes.
Well, there's only one place they could have gone. Tartarus. They're just wasting everyone's time.
Still, it seems they've managed to shift the atmosphere of the entire city. Even if they don't say it out loud, people must be scared inside.
Yeah, they probably are. Why else would anyone believe this nonsense?
Yo, well, let me check again.
It's
Hopefully,
not normal.
hopefully it's not too much. Hopefully you haven't, what's it called, lost as much or lost too much.
Believing what you hear is a choice. There's no real way for them to know what's true.
Man, it's been taking forever to get these ramen bowls out.
No wonder it feels like the world's ending. We're all gonna die.
Man, at least what's it called? That means the ramen's pretty good if it's taken forever.
But is that so unusual? All life will eventually come to an end.
Be like, is it so unusual when the dinosaurs, what's it called? We're all extinct. I'm like, oh, I guess don't bring that into the conversation. It's really going to make me feel like I'm going to eat shit from Nyx.
Death is a natural occurrence in the cycle of life. Don't all humans realize?
Like, death happens all the time, and it's like, I don't need that. The reminder is I need to build up my strength for this boss. They're not ready to die. Dying is a scary thought. They want an escape. I guess dying is a scary thought, so everyone wants to find a way to be able to avoid death. Even if it means, what's it called? Relying on people who don't have your best interests or safety in mind.
I guess.
Tell you the truth, I never even would have thought about my own death if none of this happened. But we're already here, so why don't we just leave?
It's like we've already gotten to the point in time where we're already contemplating about our existences and thinking about how much time we have left on this earth. So like, let's table this conversation a moment.
Our target is Nyx. If Strega gets in our way, we'll deal with them too.
It's like Strega isn't nearly as powerful as Nyx. Like, we have weapons. That's a little bit easier on a person than on an entity.
Anyway. No matter how you look at it, they want us out of the picture.
Promise Day's almost here, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
We need to do all we can until then.
first things first, we're gonna need lots of energy. Let's eat.
Alright, bring out those bowls and don't just skip.
Me. I'll add a Hagakure bowl to the list. You don't mind, right, Sonata-san?
Can't tell how many Pokeballs. Oh no. How much I lost Pokeballs. No, not too much, hopefully.
Oh, Junpei, didn't you say you were eating half of Aigis' food too?
Don't worry.
Don't worry, I have separate stomachs for ramen.
You better eat it all.
And no, it's like... If I talked to you, Junpei, and you didn't finish all that ramen...
Stop messing around.
Damn it. Can you believe those Strega assholes went and pulled that bullshit on us? They've been running their mouths about the whole damn cult. Now they're gonna pin the blame on us? Yeah, ain't no way we're letting them off that easy if they get on their knees and beg for mercy.
Is that...
I have to admit, it is impressive how well Strega has manipulated the media. I'm a little disappointed in the media for being so easily influenced by them. Do you think the media were paid off by Strega to promote them? Actually, that would be even more disappointing. But I guess being like, man, I'm starting to lose. Every day I'm losing more and more faith in our media. It's like, I guess you were just awakened this year and you already realized that you hate the media. I guess it's kind of like, what's it called? If somebody like woke up from a coma and was like, wait a second, I actually hate being awake. Alright, I need that posture check too. I think I will not obey the one. I'm the boss. Streak, so I get to have blushed and alien eyes for as long as I feel like, what's it called? Everyone's getting their points worth. Their rock coins. It's like, I guess it's been like, I have only been activated for a few months, and I'm already starting to question the validity of of the media landscape. What do you mean Jin is a social media influencer? Jin has like actual... Oh, I need to stretch more. I'm like, it's like I'm not stretching hard enough. It's like my model isn't moving crazy enough. Man, is Jin... That's not Jin, that's Ken. Ken's eating all them chips. What are you saying? I think the magazines that viewed Strega are ridiculous. They're so insensitive. Do they think that they could just write whatever they want as long as it sells? That's not true. I don't know. That's capitalism.
That's right.
That's true, but it still doesn't make it right.
It's like, that's right, Ken. Down with the bourgeois. I'm sorry I'm so out of pocket this stream.
Is that?
I'd say 95% of the people referred to as charismatic by the media are charlatans, and Strega are certainly not in the genuine 5%. They don't have charisma. They're just agitators who stir up unrest in society. Be like, Takaya has no Riz. I know what Riz is because I have a lot of it as head of the Kirijo group. And I can tell you firsthand, Takaya has no paper. No. No Riz. Alright, Yukari.
I think Strega's controlling people by taking advantage of their insecurities. So if people have enough confidence, Strega can probably influence them. Probably can't influence them. For one, none of us have been strayed by their preaching, right?
Right, I just don't care. I'd listen to them. Be like, I mean, now that we know it's Takaya that's creating the cult, like, it would be a slap in the face to everyone that Takaya has ever killed or been responsible for killing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no matter what, just don't forget who you are and what you really believe in. Oh, I can't do the other answers. I was gonna cycle through them and be like, okay, first answer down. What if I say I could be influenced by Strega? Be like, we're gonna have to mutiny against you, main character, our leader.
I think.
Even if I wasn't in C's, I still wouldn't join the cult. How about you? Think you ever fall down the rabbit hole? It's like, I don't know, I don't believe in cults, but would you fall for a cult? No way, I might. Let's start with no way, and if they give me another option, that would be really funny. Huh, that's what I thought you'd say. The cult can't influence those who are true to themselves. Boxing helped me find my true self. If it seems like you can have your own activities to keep you focused, you're all good. Facing yourself and having strong values will help you. I wish those who've been deceived could do that. Oh, I can't do the other response too. They're like, if you made the bad choice, this like last choice, then you can't take it back. Everyone in your team believes that you would fall for cult stuff, especially from Takaya. Man. I think probably I'm going to call it the moment, because, what's it called? The hunger's really starting to settle in a bit. I didn't realize how long I'd go for it, but what's it called? I got really super engrossed. And what's it called? You guys have been a very wonderful audience, or a wonderful, like, what's it called? Group of folks to be able to spend my time with. It has been so fun this stream, and I'm very so happy to have y'all along. Let me see if any of my, what's it called? We are being praised. Yes, of course. What's it called? Sometimes my Sunday streams are very snoozy and are a little kind of like something where they can be just kind of like fun little places to just kind of chill and relax, not too busy. But what's it called? It's been pretty wonderful to like just be able to kind of vibe out a bit, or be able to kind of talk a bit, be able to have a more, I guess, be able to talk about myself, talk about things going on. Let's see. Don't see as many people. You like the praise. It's like, don't stop with the praising. There's like a character in Fire Emblem, like, what's it called? Oh, like 3 houses, where like when you give them a little praise, they're like, don't cease with the praises. Like, it's like, I feel that deeply. It's like, do not cease with the praises. I need some time to relax. This stream was really nice. Awesome. I'm really glad this was a nice space. Sometimes I worry if my streams get a little bit on the quiet side, so it's fun to be able to have like a stream where I get talkative enough where like I'll just rattle off, or like be able to talk a little bit, or be able to express stuff. I think like in my the Somnium Files stream, I think like last Saturday, like I got into a pretty deep conversation about like just what's it called, how like tech has been advancing and how people are able to kind of find these like online spaces and such. I get really super into things like film theory, media theory, literary theory, so it's nice to be able to kind of like look at things in a deeper level. Do I want bananas? It would be nice. I mean, if it's too much to have, but let me see how cheap the bananas are, because if it's, what's it called? It seems like it's relatively reasonable, so if you'd like to, you could always throw it. I'm gonna check it. Thank you so much. I don't think I have anybody I can raid or feel confident in raiding. So I'm probably going to leave things off here. Check out a stream out when I have the time, even if it's for a short time. So usually what my schedule is like on Eastern Standard Time, I'm usually I do Pokemon on like Tuesday evenings. I do what's it called? The Somnium Files on Saturday afternoons. And I do Persona 3 on like Sunday mornings. Sometimes I have Thursday streams, but what's it called? I feel like recently I haven't done too many Thursday streams. But I think I might pick up on it soon. I'm not sure what I'll stream, but I know that there's still stuff from like the Black Friday sale I need to pick up. So I'm thinking about it. But yeah, I don't have anyone I can light barge in on. So I'm going to leave things off here and grab some food. I'll just stream myself. Maybe I'll have you in the background as well. Maybe it'll be some good, like, what's it called, reference point, where sometimes it's nice to be able to watch streamers, to be able to kind of get a sense of reference. Like, there's a few, like, indie streamers I used to follow a lot more often before I started streaming myself, where I was able to kind of get a sense of, like, okay, like, what kind of overlays do they do? What kind of toggle should I have? What kind of redeem should I do? Like, what kind of little like activity, like I guess community activity should I add? Or like what kind of mechanics are things that like I could tinker with as far as like how my streams are organized, or how to be able to play music, or how to be able to like add little interactable things like the throwing system. Twitch is a very mysterious entity, but it's something where once you're able to kind of like get like the little small answers or gradually start to learn, I think what's it called, emotes are very difficult, because that's one of those things where you have to kind of like, I think once you kind of hit around the affiliate status, I think you're able to kind of upload more, but in the back end when you find it, like, it's one of those things where you have to kind of enter it in manually. Let me see if it's in the settings. So I think it might be tied in with community. No, it's content? No. See, I'm just like kind of like a live stream of me just like having to navigate through like the back end of Twitch and pull my hair out. I think it's viewer rewards. Under viewer rewards, there's emotes. And I think they let you have up to 5. I still have quite a few. But be like, what's it called? A let's play of having to deal with like the back end of Twitch, or having to deal with the back end of OBS. Let's make this as meta as it gets. Where it's like a stream about streaming. It can't be any worse than those times when like you have like a YouTube video that just ends up being about people talking about streaming on YouTube or YouTube algorithms, and it's like, wait a second. I'm already watching YouTube, and I'm watching a YouTuber with their regular content, and their YouTuber starts talking about YouTube itself. I'm like, ooh, this is a bit of a meta stream where I get to learn about the things around me. Yeah, what's it called? I think I might head out. In case this is your first time, I am Rachna Roka. I'm an alien from beyond the stars. There's 2 ways you could tell I'm an alien so far. It is my eyes, but also it's through this beauty mark. So one of the things I do as a radio DJ, or the reason why I started incorporating the radio stuff into my work, is because of how this beauty mark works. Where if I poke my beauty mark and then I poke the mic, I can send out all kinds of positive vibes so that we can take on the week together. What's it called? We just made it to Sunday, in case, what's it called, you're in a time zone where it's not Sunday. But if you are in the Sunday time zone, you'll be able to take on the rest of the weekdays with ease, I hope. Through the power of just cheer. Through the power of just radiance. This Tuesday, I will be streaming Pokemon Scarlet once again. I'm in the epilogue stage of Pokemon Scarlet, so I'm going to be mostly mulling around the academy. Now, my streams on the weekends get a bit longer. It's usually like maybe like 2 hours, or 4 when I get a little ambitious. like what's it called? Like this stream, or the Somnium Files stream. Those got really long, but for Tuesday, it's usually like an hour. Usually on my weekdays, I don't have too much time. Cheer my dudes. But what's it called? On my Tuesday streams are a little bit on the smaller side, so but because I stream Pokemon, I feel like it's a little more entertaining because I wind up being a little bit funnier about it. Or I'm able to kind of just like interact with things with these. So it's a good time. But until this Tuesday, I'll be seeing you all. But I am also on Blue Sky. I'm a little bit on Twitter too. I usually cross post on those too. I think I have my like social media resources on my my main About Me page, but what's it called? Until this Tuesday, I'll be seeing you all. Bye. Alright, boy. Thank you, thank you.